What up? What's going on? Yeah. What's up? We don't need all of that. We don't need all of that. Yeah. Anyway, what's up? What's happening? Brand new day. Yeah. I said I wasn't going to put on. Sorry, just getting straight into it. What up? What's going on? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome to the channel, whatever, and all of that good stuff. We were in a trade yesterday that took the whole day. And we only lost $18, 28 inclusive of commissions. Yeah, but you know, yeah, that's what happened yesterday. So we're gonna get into it today. I'm thinking first, what should we do first? What should we do first? Do you want to see the TV stuff? Nah, I think let's get rid of cumulative delta for now. Let's get our volume profiles on, yeah. Ugh, this is annoying. Has to be done though. What should we start with? I think yeah, I think let's start with the let's start with RTH. All right. Yep. Just changing my settings. You can copy these if you're also using Trade yeah, I think that's everything. Save. Cool. This is previous day volume. As you can see, we perfectly rotated, right? Not perfectly rotated. I mean, we had like an even distribution, and then of course, we closed low. We had gapped, right, from yesterday's value. Okay, one sec. I'll be back. Mm, don't change anything. Don't change anything. All right. All right, we back. I hope you didn't move anything. Better not have. Anyway, um, yeah. So what was I saying? I was saying we gap lower, right? So this empty gap here is where we had our overnight session. You'll see that in the TPO chart, and then I went short a little below. Yeah, I went short a little below the overnight value area low. And yeah, I ended up stopping off for like an $18 loss, which, you know, happens. Uh, yeah. And then the close, we took it to like 1025. I was targeting seven. I ended up targeting 700. I really wanted us to get 680. I'll explain why in the on the TPO charts, but yeah, but anyway, that's what happened yesterday. So just gonna move our previous day point of control. Oops. Just gonna move these levels, right? Yeah, can get rid of IB. That was initial balance low. 1650. Oof. 1650. So previous day value area low. And yeah, let's move our point of control as well. It's got to be a more efficient way to do this. Let me change a few things. Just need to change this to orange, just to make it a little more prominent. You get me? This was 24. That's some 2375. So on low, that's all good. And our previous day value area high. Of course, we need to move that. Need to move that down. We're moving to 2825 to 72825. All right, so we have our previous day levels set. It's just my OCD, guys. Don't fret. Don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. Our previous day point of control and our previous day value high. Yeah, let's get rid of yesterday's initial balance. And yeah, I spoke a lot yesterday about not using big trades, but I think I think I'll put them on today. I'll put them on today. We're not gonna we're not gonna overtly lean on them, right? But they will be on the chart. Um, yeah, they will be on the chart. Mm. Overnight. Nice little overlap, overnight point of control, and not really an overlap, but close enough. Previous day value area low and the overnight value area and the overnight point of control. And then this, of course, is our overnight value area high. So yeah, so look, so those are our levels so far. Of course, we'll just come and double check before. Yeah, we'll double check what's going on here as far as these levels is concerned. But that's overnight value area low, overnight point of control, previous day value area low, previous day point of control, previous day value area high, overnight value area high. Mhm. So we're above overnight value, above yesterday's value so far. So let's check with the TPOs. Okay, auto's on. Let's see where we are. What's the date today? It's the 19th. Okay, so yesterday's low, yesterday's high. We've already taken out that week high, which I did say. I did say at the end of the stream yesterday that that's what we were gonna do, right? We formed a strong low over here. Yeah, this got taken out during the overnight. Did form a weak low, so let's mark that out. This is the low of yeah, I guess maybe let's put it like one tick higher. This is overnight low. That's previous day low. And during this last 30-minute, you know, we then took out that weak high. So that's gone. I was really hoping it was gonna. I was really hoping we're still gonna have it around during, you know, during the session, but alas, so somewhat of a mechanical buy here, just 2 ticks. Yeah, it's like 2 ticks below 3 ticks below the low of the of yesterday, before, just below yesterday's low. That's our low for overnight. And yeah, where was our close? You guys spot it? I know I'm gonna need to restart this. I'm gonna take this off screen. Sorry, y'all. Just need to restart my Tradeovate. It's because I had the overnight on. just as we were getting into the session. So don't worry too much. You're not missing much. I only took you guys off screen. Yeah, I just took the my screen off stream because I just don't want you guys to see my details. So gotta be smart and careful. But yeah, okay, cool. We'll log back in. Yikes. Cool. What's going on? Anyway, that's the high of the overnight session. Yeah, just make this one tick per TPO. So we can get it at the exact level. 58.25. So safe to say, overnight inventory was long. That's where we spent a majority of the session, right? Yeah. Am I gonna have to restart this again? Because I really don't want to. Ugh. Test of overnight value low. That's what we're going for right now. And actually, I lied. That's our overnight value low. And this is our overnight point of control. And this is our overnight value low. So obviously what we're doing right now is we're just correcting that. We're correcting the long, right? We're correcting the overnight inventory, right? Because overnight inventory was long. How do we determine this? Well, how many TPOs above? Well, 96 TPOs above. So I guess that's like somewhat pretty balanced. But I mean, the last 30-minute period was long, right? So this move lower is just a correction of that, right? It's just a correction of this long. So just gonna watch what we do at 728. Find support at 728, 724. Really could be considering. We could consider longs. We do have a weak low at the bottom here. That's 698.25. So let me open this up and we have a little chat about it. So So yeah, so 98.25, that's a week low. That's the low of overnight, the overnight session. We have that. Well, this was taken out, so I guess we can remove that. That was the BC prints over here. So we took that out with the R move, right? That was the week high that we completely took out, which is what I was saying earlier. That like I was really hoping that we were gonna get this move during the session instead. So, but well, we've taken out those highs. Uh, we took out those highs. First, we created a week low, and yeah, I mean, just like looking at it, it's a pretty solid selling tail, right? But we have highs here from yesterday's overnight. And what else do we have? I guess we have half back from a previous session, so we can mark that. Let's make this solid. And maybe zoom in a little so we can get it. Yeah, we can get it just a little more accurate. I'll put it like one tick below ish, you know. So we have half back there, and then we have the high of Monday, Monday's high. So 810s, 787s, you know, that's what we could be if we're going to try and balance this, right? See, that's a perfect touch of the of perfect touch of yesterday's high, right? 735. So that's what we just, yeah, so we're just going to be monitoring those moves, right? So yesterday's high, perfect touch, half backs at 722. So I mean, if we maintain this, if we keep, you know, if we can stay above yesterday's high, maybe perhaps you could be looking at longs, right, for the day. Of course, there's a little bit of context that we have to put in, that we have to keep as per usual. So yesterday's high, okay? Don't lose sight of that. It's 35. It's a perfect touch of that. Could look at going long from the overnight point of control. But let's skip overnight session in. Oh no, not overnight. Our RTH, right? Let's get our RTH in and let's switch to a custom chart. That way, also we get to see where our VWAP is and what our VWAP for the session is. Okay. I also did say that I was going to throw on big trades. So you guys are lucky. Not a big fan. Yeah. Just make this 20. So anyway, I mean, we know overnight inventory was long, right? So we're correcting it right now, essentially correcting this entire R move. So where did it start? Down here, 715s. But we have half back at 722. And then, we have like your value area lows and value area highs and points of control and all of that. Mm. So something feels off though. Yeah, I think our overnight values are not exactly where they're supposed to be. So let's double check that because I just had a look at the profile there and it's not matching what we have on screen. Strange. Okay, we'll use this volume profile. That's what we use. It is throwing me off a little, but yeah, that's what we use. I just had to double check. Let's lock these drawings. So pretty strong low. 732. We'll see. I mean, we could be quick about it. It is still pretty early. It's only 13 minutes into the session. We could be quick about it and long right at yeah, and long pretty early. Let me actually let me give this a little more space. It's just feeling a little cramped. 748. But this is bothering me though. Uh, what's my concern? My concern is that the volume profile for the overnight session is not matching the volume profile that I've drawn up, So because over here 733, 3325 is overnight value area high. Yeah. Whereas over here, value area high is all the way at the top at 58. Now we can do. 43, 44. What is this? Stops a little wide though. Swap from small problem with it. Yeah, but that's fair. The my stops at 30, slightly lower than the bottom A. So basically, since we kind of found support here, maybe we buy the TPO at 39. Okay. Stop. Okay, so basically enter just above the TPO. And see how brave that was in a little bit. Put my stop at 22. Yeah, my stop is at half back, 22.75. Mm-mm-mm. Again, I think I should have just waited. Well, obviously, you should have just waited. This at 7:10. Overnight point of control. Yeah, I think I should just waited for these for this long to be covered because now obviously this is looking very short. Uh yeah, this is looking bad, family. What's my wrist settings on? Ugh. My stops at yesterday's low. So I mean, unless I put it at 704. Just timed that really wrong again. And just thought it was ready to go. 704. Uh, let's see. I mean, we are out of value, out of previous day value. It's just a question of whether we maintain this rally up. Yeah, but yeah, I timed that wrong. My bad. Mm. Just a point of control. What are we even targeting? That should be uh, not 58. I'll tell you that. 7050. 7050 or 787. I think 787. We'll just watch and see if this was a covering of these longs. You know what I mean? Because we were long overnight, and so maybe this was just like short covering. You know, if it was short covering, yeah. Then that would be fantastic. Pretty thin volume at the bottom of the profile. But yeah, but this is all saying I just feel like we could have like waited a little more, you know. Got a really bad entry there. What was 740? That was not a good entry. He could have waited. Could have waited for the B period to set in. Hmm. Let's see if we can break above overnight point of control. If we can, then we could be good. We might be good. And then this would be a confirmation that that was just short covering. Ugh. Also, kind of annoying is like I was trying to figure out where these how far this R period went. $36.50, that's half back. How far did we go? $20? Okay. Well, can't cry over spilt milk. How wide was that? 20. 20 points, crazy. Yeah. Maybe let's have like some form of sort of rule where we just like let's not excuse me, let's not enter into the market during A period, right? And wait for the A period to set, and then after the A period is set, and then we can then decide what we want to do after we've seen either like a sweep of, you know, whether we're short covering or not short covering, whatever the market wants to do, right? Maybe we should have some rule in place around that, you know? Yeah, I think that that's gonna go a long way. I think that could go a long way. Let's see. Obviously, don't want it back in previous day value. We could, if we call it 32. What is 32? It's below half back of the A period. All right, anyway, it is your B period. Let's see, our risk is very wide. Surely we could trim it to 20. And the thing is, I don't know if this B period wants to come, if we want to come back and test this 2275 half back, yesterday's half back. I'm not entirely sure of the strength of this low. Again, just based off proximity to mechanical that mechanical level. So, but if we do start one time framing below this A period, so how many ticks should we give it? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still a lot of risk, but let's see. It's yeah, it's basically a 2-to-1. Trying to max the trade, get a K out of it, but we are risking 500 for it. So, you know, as far as the risk to reward goes, it's not great. But a lot of things would have happened for that. And I think, honestly, if we want to be really moderate, we could put our stop at 727. 2725 would be just below the previous day value area high. And that'd be pretty moderate and a quick stop. Because again, if we do rotate back inside value, if we come back inside value a second time, this is definitely going to be tested again, right? And a break of previous day point of control could mean previous day value area low. So seeing as we don't know, my only thing against that is that is also value area low of the developing profile, right? It's like 2675. So I don't mind the market coming back here again if it's just a thing of like testing value. Yeah. So, halfbacks at 33.25. Yeah, anyway, we're in it now. So just wanted to see what it is that we don't want to see and what it is that we want to see, right? But definitely the entry could have been better, the entry could have been better because I think 40 was also a no man's land, to be honest. I think I just kind of went with it because I thought it was going to, I thought we were going to miss it. But again, it's like yesterday's trade. I mean, yesterday, if I just waited for overnight point of control, we would have got overnight point of control. Today, if I just waited for the point of control, we would have got the point of control. But yeah, oh well. What can you do? Again, another reason why, was somewhat against putting on the big trades is that that's a big buy. That's a big buy at the top of a wick, right? So what you would expect is for the market to come lower, right? Because big buys at the top of a wick, that's basically a buyer who failed to take this higher, right? It's like buyers who failed to take the auction higher. But then we have some form of context as well, right, from the TPOs. The context that we have is do have some sort of buying tail so far. So I also don't want to like spook myself out of the market because kind of had the same thing. Yeah, we had big buys at the top, but then the market still went higher. And then you do have things like this. It's like, okay, buy at the top, buy at the bottom. So who wins that battle? Right. If you look at it a lot, you will you over-index the importance of the big trades. So it's important to read it, I guess, in context. But to be able to read it in context, you need to understand the context first of all. A second, s'il vous plaît.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Thank you. Yes, I'm fine. I put my phone inside it and then I forgot to, yeah. I missed your call.
Stop eavesdropping, fam. Camera back on. Yeah, I'm frozen on there. 1 second.
Wow.
Should come back on. There we go.
Okay.
Rude.
Okay. 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 Oh, the PC.
Hey, look, 32. 32 could be where we exit as well. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Let's see. So was a seller that failed there.
No, it's like
Either that or we you know
uh,
uh yeah,
and
either that or we
I
give it the
feel
room that we said we were going to give it, and we let it come back into previous day value, and then we see if we hold back, if we hold inside value again. um our stop, as I said, is at 727, no, 719.25, which is yeah, the top of overnight value. So you know,
wow.
would need a break, would need to move value lower,
Okay.
right? Would need to move value lower, and I think,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
as I said, my calculation of like the stop is also just a couple of ticks below the bottom A print, uh, which, as I'm saying, is kind of giving it a lot. That, or we take it back to 709, 710.
Wow.
7,
Wow.
yeah, someone's getting some
Thank you
good
so
news.
much. I'm so
70925.
I'm so
Let's see.
I don't even. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Chichi. So,
Uh,
yeah.
Again, it is a bit not confusing, but I mean, I don't like the fact that our overnight levels aren't exactly matching. It's making me think which, it's making me wonder which ones I should trust. Should I trust the overnight value that we are getting on the TPO, you know,
Okay. Okay. That would be great.
or should we trust
What's
the
your first name
overnight
again?
level
What's the first change it?
that we plotted on the
Aha.
charts? Well,
Wow.
okay, Sarah, boss, what will be.
Wow. So meet up. Okay. Okay. No, we have not met. We have not met.
Mm. Yeah, this is unnecessary putting it down here at 709, though. I'm just rethinking that.
I think that's more convenient.
Let's see.
That's
Previous day value area
so it would be
higher.
convenient for everyone. So
Mm.
I think it's difficult to meet the, but we would need to maybe
Yeah, let's see.
so that we
Previous day
know
value area high. If we do rotate back in, I guess some reason to believe that we're gonna get back out, because again, big sellers at the bottom of this candle, 1,000, 1452. If there was gonna be some success, then we would have, I guess we saw sellers in the middle of the candle, right? Kind of like the big buys that we saw at the top. So the big buys at the top, and then that was a failed buying attempt to take this higher, and so now we're seeing failed selling to take this lower, right? So we could be fine. It's a possibility. So
I'm just learning about it. I'm very, very.
I don't know about do we take stop to 726.50 now? or do we, have a moderate stop and put it at 720.50? Because again, if we break that low, if we break this low, pretty much our trend is dead, right? So if we save ourselves like 200 bucks, I think let's do that.
When we first met, and yes, you've been contacting me, and
22.5.
I'm really grateful.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's not bring ego into the day. Right? We already kind of messed up, you know. So
Yes.
let's not pay more than we overtly need to. And I mean, like, this is like a $500 trade already. So, but yeah, big buys at the top again.
That's great.
We'll just trust that this buyer, this seller over here, who's underwater, just trust that this is going to work out for us. But you see, again, we haven't taken out the A's. We haven't taken out either side of the A's. We haven't taken out the bottom A. We haven't taken out the top A. Right. So.
It's all right. Yes, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Mike's gonna go off, boys. Just give me a sec.
Thank you.
What up, boys? Okay, so we had big sellers at the bottom of this candle, right? But then we also had big buys at the top of this candle. So uh, basically between 34 and 26, I guess this is our mini battle zone right now. Same principles still apply. Of course, we don't want to close below the A period, which is where our stop is gone to 22.5 on the B prints to come down to the A prints, right? So, of course, we are monitoring this for a continuation higher, right? So at some point, we might actually need to consider once we get into the C prints whether we want to move our stop up to the 2650 level, right? That in itself is just going to make it a thing so that, like, if we don't get either side, because again, we haven't taken out the A prints, we haven't taken out the A prints on either side. So if we do start the C prints, the C period, and we've just had like this distribution with the B prints, we are going to have to consider whether we want to move our stop to the bottom of this B, right? That would just be just for us to have some form of risk management, like just better risk management, right? Because again, like right now, where we're at with the trade, we are quite sized, like it's a lot of size in the trade. So we want to make sure that we cover the right way, right? That we protect ourselves the right way. Yeah, essentially. You get it? So funakala ilokano okabo charge. Yeah, you click order. Okay, 31 seconds, right? We also haven't said initial balance yet, right? We have IB, right? We have IB, we have initial balance high at 46, and then we have initial balance low at 20, right? So let's mark these out now. C prints should start in just a sec. So initial balance low and initial balance high at 46. So as I was saying, we can move our stop. I think we should move our stop to 2650. I'll save us like 150. $26.25. So it's right at the it's right at the bottom of this B print. Because if we take out this lower B, basically the trend is going lower, right? And so I would be wrong about our trade idea. You know what I mean? So don't want to be dumb, don't want to do anything stupid, because what we're doing right now, yes, I placed a trade. Yes, it wasn't the most optimal place to place the trade. But now we're just monitoring it for continuation. Had valid reason to think it was going to go higher. I thought we had got the cover of the shorts. It still wanted to go lower, and rightfully so. It went lower, and we tagged the point of control, right? Cool, we tagged the point of control 20 points low. But we tagged the point of control, and we do have targets at the top. We have overnight point of control, which I am leaning onto. I'm leaning onto this one. I don't know why. I trust the volume profile that I drew out more than I trust this one on the TPO. But so let's monitor this for continuation. Of course, 46 successfully taken out the B print, so that's great. You know, we can split this. I'm splitting this so that you guys can see. Pun unintended. B prints, C prints. Obviously, now that we've taken out the B prints, we have a selling tail. Right? So we could now then start moving lower, unless we come and take out this A, you know, which would be best. Also, the fact that we're getting buying at the top, well, we were, and now we're not. Bottom of the C print would be 37.50. Meh. I think this is the best we can do for the risk to reward for this trade right now. Moving our stop to the bottom of the C is a little too quick and it would be quick and it would be a little too early. So yeah, maybe let's just hold on that idea. Make this wider. Sales, of course, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to monitor around initial balance. We can get there. Or it could be one of them ones where we take out the top B and then we come back down and we take out the bottom B. Don't want that. Obviously. We obviously do not want that. Let me know where you're watching from. Yeah. Let me know if you're watching on X or if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. Don't be a dweeb. Leave me a like. Leave me a comment. If you're watching on X, hit that follow button. Oi, oi. All right, let's see if we can take out this top A. We're obviously above the open. Open was at 43.50. We've managed to trade above the open. Let's see how we react around 43.50. Obviously buying that now. Let's watch how we react at 43.50. Okay. You can see it's at 44. So it's like 2 ticks above, trying to sell that. Fortunately, it didn't work out for them. Didn't work out for them sellers. Here we go. Initial balance straight through. And then my overnight point of control, which I trust more. I don't know. I feel like I trust it more because I drew it out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Mad beginning of the day, though. Jeez. Also, another thing that's kind of, point of control is not shifting higher, boss. Big buyers at the top there. Can we take this higher? Obviously, 50 is going to be a contentious area, but what do we have to take out? We have 58 to take out, so just hang in there. Don't panic sell just yet. All right. So clean through initial balance, clean buy through overnight point of control. Can move our stop to IB, but I trust this to go on a little further. If you feel like taking profits, you can take profits right now because it is at 50. So if you want to do that, if you feel like that's what's best for you, fam, you go ahead and do that. Strong buying though, so I'm gonna trust this a little more. Guess maybe I could move stop to 48. What is this? 48.25. Obviously, if we start failing below the overnight point of control, then I would be a little, I'd be concerned somewhat. Somewhat concerned. But yeah, but basically now what we're gonna do is we're gonna monitor this for continuation, okay? So monitoring this for continuation is, okay, we had this A print that corrected the longs, then we had the B print, and then now we had the C prints, right? We just had the C prints. So we could put our stop at 37.50, which maybe would be right now, considering where we are. So we still are risk on, okay? We just haven't started taking any profit yet, of which we could go about it, and we could go about it in that way and secure at least like from 50. You know what I mean? 50-50. Do you think we can take out this high? Could be wrong. So if you're watching this and you're trading with me and you don't know what to do, and you're watching the stream because you're looking for a trade to take, I'll tell you now, I trade like a maniac. So big reason to take profit now because of that big buy at the top of that candle. Because we could reverse. So I'm saying we could come back to the overnight point of control. We could fall through it. We could fall through initial balance. So do with that information as you will. But as I'm saying, it's 12 points. You should be taking profits. I want a little more than that. Trying to get like, it's what I really want. So again, as I'm saying, we're monitoring this for continuation. My stop has gone to the bottom of the C, which is not. I'll put it back at the bottom of the B because now I'm just thinking about it. There is 2650. What's 31? So yeah, so anyway, point of control, overnight point of control. Reason why I remove my stop from here is because it is the point of control. So because it's the point of control, I know that we could trade all the way back down here, right? We are kind of very long, but I am trusting that the overnight point of control will hold and that the initial balance will hold. Now that we do have big sellers at, at the point of control, I am looking to see if we can take this buyer out, right? Still, my context for everything is the fact that we have these highs here at 58. So if we can take out 58, then I guess 770 be it's like a level from an overnight day. I know this because the line is dotted, and then we have a high which is at 787, which I think we could hit at some point. So I still want to be risk on because I do think there's still a little more that could come from the trade, and I just would like to monitor what happens when we get to 58.25 if we can get there, and also to 70.50. But as I said when we were here around about 53, I did say that like don't trade like me. Don't make the same trades that I'm making. You saw I got in I got in at a fairly bad entry, but I managed that, and we're kind of out of it now. And by right, I should have taken that and maybe like just like called it like a base hit and then waited for the next trade. But I, you know, I'm working with the TPOs and I'm really trying to figure out how all of this works. And so because of that, I'm a little invested with. I'm a little more invested on the TPO side than on the price side, or just on what the profit is. I just know that at 82.5, that's like the max I'm allowed to make on a day. So, and by right, I think I should drop this by like one tick to 79.75. So that's not a full thou. Because if I make a thou, then I break the. If I make more than a thou, I break the rules for my eval. You get it? So yeah, so as I'm saying, this is like 50 is a perfect place for you to take your profits, because again, we could just come back down. 50 is a round number, 750 is a round number. We've seen a big buying attempt at 53.75. Uh, you know, so and that kind of failed. So, yeah. But then also again, we saw selling below that at 48.75. So if you're not entirely sure what to do, or if you're not entirely sure what I'm doing and how to manage it, I think just like take your profit and wait for the next trade. I'm gonna hold, you know. And as I said, it could work out. There's two ways in which this works out. It works out as either I get the TP that I'm looking for, or either get the TP that I'm looking for, or we get to overnight high and then we fail here, and if we start failing here, and then I'll consider taking profits off if we can't break this high as well, or if we break below this overnight point of control, or if we break below initial balance, right? Yeah, I said a lot, but if you know, you know. Hate that statement, because if you don't know, you don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I guess also profile wise, we did a lot of our distribution here and then we broke through this. So I guess again, below 48.75, it is thin. So maybe at like 45.75. If we start getting back here, then I would expect there to be some form of rotation. But it does look like we're building volume at the top. If we can maintain this mini volume peak here, if we can cross above it, that would be even better and start creating, start forming some more volume at the top, then that would be pretty cool. But it is pretty thin down here, right? As you can see, there's not a lot of volume on the volume profile here. So we could be in for some cool price discovery or not. This could be it. So um, yeah. So again, just to reiterate, just don't blindly do what I'm doing because the number is green and I'm in profit. My my motives are beyond profit. You know, um, my motives are not profit based or passing an evaluation based. I'm actively gathering data and I'm trying to learn how this tool works. So do with that information as you will. Here we go. Here's that reverse law I was talking about. Yeah, there's more buyers than there are sellers here. So this volume, this low volume node here, this is going to be important. Just have a look at the composite and see what we're actually doing as well. Yeah, below overnight point of control right now. So we could come back to 37. It could come back all the way down here, the 37s, or to the point of control, as I mentioned, both point of controls, volume point of control, time point of control. Big setup. We'll see what happens with the initial balance. Also, our view apps at 38, so pretty valid for us to get a retest of initial balance and then come back and to fall through initial balance and then come to view app. That's on the cards as well. And it aligns somewhat perfectly because view app is also the point of control. So yeah. Let's see what we do at the point of control. Do we start selling the point of control, or I also do expect there to be a little dance around here. A little form of like distribution or something happening at the overnight point of control, right? Because it was fair value during the overnight session, right? So, and yes, like electronic trading hours don't have like say as much volume as we do during the during Globex, right? But because it is because it's an institutional level and it's a mechanical level, you would expect both sides, like buyers and sellers, to transact and do business around here. So you would expect people to buy here and some people to sell here. And so you'd expect like some form of activity to happen here because it is a reference point, right? Yeah. Anyway, here's 50-50 again. If you want to get out, like if you didn't get out here, just get out now. We filled that volume node pretty okay. I guess it wasn't like the worst. Uh, no, I have children of my own. They ask their father, will I be? Will I be handsome? Will I be rich? I tell them tenderly, yes, Sarah, Sarah, whatever will be, will be. The future nice to see. Que sera, sera. I reached saying about 5375 bus. Big volume node there though. 5450. This is from overnight. Same level. We should get a break. If we can't get a break there, should you be concerned? Maybe. A much stronger candle. 574, 165. Yeah, both at the same level, 5375. Let's yeah. See what else we have on the side. Yeah, as I was saying, it is the high of it's yesterday's overnight high. Could be an exit as well. And then half back, obviously not going for half back. 775 77525. And I guess we have yesterday's low as well, right? Is it yesterday? Monday's low. So yesterday's high, Monday's low. Yesterday's overnight high, Monday's low, Monday's half back, and Monday's value area low. So let's consider that. We'll see. I'm marking this out. I'm not saying where we're going to get out. I'm marking it out because it is a mechanical level. Okay. Mechanical meaning if I can see that this was yesterday's low, then like obviously then there are traders who can too. Right. And so I'm interested just to see what they do around that level. So that's 764. Obviously broke through that. And then we have overnight value area high. This is going to be important right now. What do we do? Overnight high. Breaking through it, boss. looks like. Yes, we tried to and flopped. Just give it a little more time. But we sold it pretty clean, if I'm to be honest. Not a very strong high, right? Not a lot of excess. Yeah, I guess that does count as excess, right? It is 2 ticks above that high. 59. But yeah, let's see. We have a minute before the D print, so very close to that high of the C print. So we'll see in the next 30-minute period, like what do we do? Do we, okay, well, we're clearly taking it high, so let's go. Clean. 760, pretty aggressive, but not really for much. Yeah. All right. Don't want to be dumb, and so put this at 52.25. 52.25 is just above the point of control. So yeah, I was just securing profits. All right. If we move this a little, what's at 56? Right, here's that low, right? Pretty strong break through that overnight low, right? So yes, I can see a scenario where we come retest 58.25. Yeah, because it is a mechanical level, as I was saying. So 58.25 and 64.75. All right, so 58.25. Yeah. And then I guess if we start falling below the overnight point of control, yeah. But let's see, because again, remember what we're doing is we're monitoring this for continuation. That's essentially what we're doing. So if it can keep on going higher, then we'll remain in it, right? We'll stay in it for as high as it wants to go. If we start getting signs that like, oh, actually, this wants to reverse, this wants to come back lower, then at least we've got like 300 from the day. So just keep that in consideration as this continues to do what it's doing. All right. Halfback, C period halfback is down here at 50. All right. Our stop is at 2. Okay. So we're completely outside yesterday's overnight, not yesterday, but overnight's value area, whatever. Overnight's high. Okay. So here we go. So this is yesterday's low. And look at that perfect touch. If we're like selling that perfectly, then we know that that's mechanical. And that's weaker hand traders. Calling them weaker hand traders, but like they move this market all the way up. But because they're selling it right at the level, I also know that they're weaker in the sense that if we get back here, we can take that high out, right? So it's just a matter of like, do we do it or do we not? And also the fact that we broke through overnight high also does kind of give me a little does make me feel like, yeah, maybe we can take this higher a little more. But we've done I think we've done a pretty good job of yeah, man, we did it right. No need to pat ourselves on the back too much. We did it right. I'm looking for mercy. Need to be from Zim to know what that's about. Oh, here we go. I was saying Monday's low, right? Today's what? Today's the 19th. Yeah, so Monday's low. That's what we sold. We sold Monday's low. And so currently we're between Monday's low and overnight high. You get it? And so if you like, just to get an understanding of like where my mind is at like right now is, okay, cool. So we've been in this since we got in like during the A period. If we got in right where we wanted to get in, where doesn't matter. What I'm trying to get at is that like we're monitoring this trade for continuation. So from the B prints, C prints, we could put our stop back here at 37, but then why would we do that if we can't secure some profit, right? This is a base hit for the day. We walk away with like 300. That's not a bad day. Obviously, we could secure a little more, right? We could close it at 500, but we also at 500. I mean, like we could put it at like the lower D period right here at 60, or we could put it at overnight high, right? But the fact that we're between overnight high and this is overnight value area high, and then this is overnight high. So 58.25 is the high set during the overnight session. This is the overnight session value area high. So between overnight value area high, overnight high, and then Monday's low, which clearly is a mechanical level. We know that it's a mechanical level because we traded towards it, touched it perfectly, right? And then sold it. So the fact that we touched it perfectly and sold it tells me that that's not big money that's doing that, because big trading money doesn't sell at exact levels, right? If they want to sell, they just sell, right? So it also could be an indication that maybe we're too long, right? We're too long, and that like people really want to get out, and so whatever level they can find to then start selling, they'll start selling. But at the same time, with all of the momentum that we have, if we do get back here, I would expect this to go. Right? It's basically what I'm getting. I would expect this to go. And also right here at overnight low, because the market is so long, what do you think is going to happen here? I'd expect people to buy here. Right? Because again, there's also another trader who's only getting into the market now. Right? There's someone who's buying the remainder of the momentum, whatever we've already done, right? We were in during the apron, and like we went through drawdown, right? We rescued this somehow, right? We were like 20 points in drawdown, but then we got out of that, and then so we were in it during the A print, and then we took it from the B print, C print, and in it from the A print, because I knew even coming into today, like last night, I knew that like once we formed this MN, I made a joke about it yesterday on stream, which is why you should subscribe. But I did make, I made a comment about like, if we have like this MN period, this like little spike, I'm going to be feeling pretty confident that we're going to go long today, right? And we did, even though we did take it out, right? We did take out that spike. but we went long, and we went long because again we had a weak BC period, which was like up here, which we took out during the R. During this last 30 minutes of well, the second to last 30-minute period during the overnight session. You get me? So now having taken that out, right? Having taken that out during the overnight, then what happened is when we opened, we then covered the long, right? Because overnight inventory was long, because overnight inventory was kind of too long. Then during the RTH hours, which is when we trade, during New York session, then we covered those longs, right? We liquidated those longs. And then after liquidating the longs, then we started going, then we went long ourselves. All right. I just got into the trade a little too early. I thought like we'd already done enough of the liquidation. I thought we were ready to go up. This is pretty much like the same thing that I did yesterday. And I thought like we had done a little too much. But yeah. Sarah. Let's see. Okay, so overnight value is not really holding right now, right? Overnight value area high. So, and let's see. If we get stopped out, I will come back in, at 58. And yeah. If we get stopped out, if we get taken out at 52, I'll go long again at 58.25 and come and target this high. Or, if there's a better position to get long, I'll get long from there. If we come all the way down to 48.50, then yeah. But yeah, let's see. Do we get a retest of overnight value, or do we just like stop out now? Let's see, 55. Look at that. 2 ticks below 55. Again, mechanical level. So let's see. If we're buying 55, or if we're selling 55, but this is just like a bit of covering that short. But don't touch anything. Hey, yo. Is it going? Is it going? Is it? I don't know. Oh, and I value your high. Thank you for not touching anything. Guys are good traders. 58. Let's see. Back at overnight high again. So do we sell it or do we buy it this time? Right. Clearly, we bought 55s, right? I know this because that was 55 and we're just like 2 ticks below it. So that 55, and then I guess we put in our low at 54.50, right? If we want to be really OCD about it, we could put our stop at 54.50 and, you know, get another, wow, how much money would that be? I don't know. Another like $50. Yeah. Or trust the momentum. Trust that, trust that, okay, cool. Now that we bought 55, we bought the overnight low again, right? This could be a fake out, right? So, seeing, wick, and you're like, okay, cool, that's the wick. Clearly, we're coming lower. But without, and that could be true, we could be coming lower. But then without the context, then you don't really know what's going on, you know? You know what I mean? Which is something that I didn't know I was going to appreciate it like that much with Jim Dalton's trading, because with Jim Dalton's teaching, because when I was like, I read Mind Over Markets and yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is how like market profiles work. And then there was just like a couple of explanations where I felt like, okay, that's kind of like a little, kind of explained that a little too much. Like you don't really need to know all of that. But then like when I started watching I guess you can call them lectures that are on YouTube, you can check those out. When I started watching those, and I really started having a deeper appreciation of this thing, of the market profiles, right? Because it's incredibly complicated, but it's also very simple. It's like there's certain things. If this was like my entry to learning how to trade, I would be so much better now, because I'd have had like that much time, and I also wouldn't have had like any other framework or context. Like I wouldn't have had framework or context of doji candles and inverted fair value gaps and all of this other stuff and complexities that I've put on my charts, right? I wouldn't have had that, so yeah. Hey boss, maybe we get to stop here because clearly, let's see, what do we do? Taking this lower. Stop me out or go. Honestly. Anyway, so what I was saying is like only when I started watching the webinars, which are available for free on YouTube, which is crazy. That should never be for free. I'm not gonna lie, that should never be for free. That's at least a $2,000 course. But yeah, but I mean, like they are from the most recent ones that I found were from like a year ago, and then there's another page where you kind of like post a little more often, so almost like every day. But then the other webinars are from 9 years ago, 11 years ago, and I was a bit skeptical when I saw that. I was like, really? I mean, if it's like 11 years ago, like how much value could that possibly have? And the fact that like I learned a lot more from stuff that was like 9 years old than from some of like the new word trading methodologies. it just reinforced a lot of the things that I already knew, but I just didn't have any way of seeing. You just need to watch it for yourself and you understand. Like, so for context, right? I mean, yeah, where I stop is where I stop is. I could take this back to 40, but then I'd feel like that would be reckless. We could come all the way back to initial balance, right? There's quite a lot to go with the C prints, and we could cover this a lot deeper. We could take this all the way down to 3750. And if we are going to take it all the way down to 3750, then let me take what we've worked for. But yes, my stop is where my stop is. But at the same time, just like for context sake, right? There's certain things that I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, but it does feel like we still have room to go further higher, right? So for one, yeah, we broke through the overnight high, right? Broke through overnight high, but then also when we got here, I'm not sure if you were like watching this closely, if you're paying attention. We got here, and then we kind of started buying this overnight high, right? And we bought it up a little, and then it came back down. And then now that we're here, when we got to the overnight, we started selling it. Where this last D print is, I need to find another way of saying it because it sounds like I'm talking about dick prints. But yeah, but like where this last D period is, right? That's at an exact level, and so because it's at an exact level, right? We can infer that whoever started selling there, that's a mechanical trader. That's someone who's watching the market like we are. That's someone who knows that that level is Monday's low, right? Right here. And it's not, I mean, like if you see it like once, it's kind of like, oh, okay, cool, that's a cool coincidence. But when you see it like all the time, when you start like paying attention to certain things, like, that at some point, maybe I'll take a trade from a level like an overnight level or whatever, and it will touch that level exactly and it will go, right? And then you have to start asking yourself the question, like, why is it that like when it got to that exact level, it like price just like went up, right? What type of trader is making those types of decisions, right? And it's a trader like me. It's a trader who's, well, not like me, just like someone who's I mean, they've got a lot more money than I do, but it's someone who's watching levels, right? Someone who's trading from levels. It's someone who's saying, we will get out at the overnight high, right? We will get out at 770. We will get out at 6475, which is Monday's low. We're gonna sell Monday's low, right? Because we want to keep I don't know, for whatever reason, right? Okay, this is gonna stop us out now, surely. Stop me out so that I can like explain this better. Or don't. Anyway, okay, here we go. All right. So I'd be crazy if that then starts to go back. But anyway, so as I was saying, like whoever's trading from those levels, right? So someone who's like, we're gonna then they sell Monday's low. So it gets to Monday's low at the exact level, and then they sell it, right? And then when it gets to the overnight low, they're like, we're gonna buy overnight low, and then they buy overnight low. Or here in this case, now it's like, okay, when we get to value area low, we're gonna buy value area low, and so they buy value area low. Or maybe it gets to 50. And when it gets to 50, then what? We're gonna buy 50. We're gonna buy the 50s, and so they buy the 50s, right? So it's like, so that's a mechanical trader. And so because they're buying at exact levels, right, we know that their hands are a little more fickle, meaning that, well, right now we know that like we're short in the D's, right? We're basically trying to cover these, that long C period move, right? Okay, cool. But now you have to start asking yourself the question, what happens if we come back to this exact level? Do you expect this level to hold? And wherever their stops are. So I mean, if someone is short from here, right? If people are short from this D period, where are their stops are probably like lingering around the, you know, around here somewhere. So if we come back to that level, what do you think? How do you think they're gonna react? Is the question. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm not Jim Dalton. He explains it a lot better than I ever could, to be honest. Yeah. So I don't know. We could wait for another trade, or we could call it a day. Uh, yeah, it's just a little too far up to go along, honestly. I think if we come back to like the 40s, if we come back somewhere here, I could be interested in a long from here. It's like around about the point of control, so 42.50. Yeah, anyway, from like 42s, 42.50s, I'd be interested in a long more so from here. It's basically a view app trade. It just depends also on what we do at the overnight point of control, right? Hey, some lighting amazingly. It's making me look like an angel. 50. So yeah, it's overnight point of control. Ish. Let's see. Maybe we go from 52. How many minutes till 5? Yeah, 52. Yeah, some little better as far as a place to long was 46. I'm going long from 52 because it's just above the value area high. So, you know, I obviously would then have to put my stop below that D period because what are we monitoring for? Monitoring for continuation, right? So, do die. Hey yo, Dre. Thought I was dead. One man, I'm gonna get a copyright strike for saying these people's songs terribly. 4825. That's where our stop would go. It's 46. That was 46. All right, no shot. Yeah, I won't lie, a bit of a risky one here. But yeah, I think it'll work out. What I think we should target is 64. $64.75. Make it a few more ticks. And 64.75. We'll target the exact level, 64.75. But yeah, it is a sticky one still because overnight point of control needs to hold, and then initial balance and VWAP. at 42. You know what I mean? So yeah. Mm. But yeah, this double low, this is weak now. This is a weak low. So again, this could go. You know what I mean? 48.25 could go. So yeah, might have jumped into this one a little too quickly, but let's see. I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm basically saying we can't cover the entire C period. So that's my trade idea, and I'm sticking to it. So we'll see. Yeah, I'll put my stop at 37. What is 37? Yeah, but that's also the point of control of the developing profile. So maybe that's not the most fantastic place to put it. $37.75. That's where it is. Monitoring for continuation. Obviously, now we don't have it because our deprint clearly printed lower. So point of control, a majority of the trade happened above the point of control. So I would expect for us to maintain trade above the point of control. POC is at 39 though, so I want to step outside for a little bit. So I'm gonna put the stop at 26.25, which is at the bottom of the print. Values shifting higher. So and yeah, you know, so mm, yeah. Yeah, what's going on? This is not going according to plan. Bless you. But we basically erased what we made in the trade, what we made on the trade earlier. So, yeah. Did I jump too early? I think I did. I still think this is a short trap. VWAP will see. I mean, we are seeing some. Is it news? We are seeing some buying at the overnight point of control. We'll see what happens back at initial balance. But I do think this is a weak high. I do think this D period is a weak high. You know, so could have, maybe should have been a little patient. Maybe could have, should have, would have, whatever. We're here now. Yeah, some more strength. We'll see how this closes. This is gonna close in a few seconds. Wouldn't, yeah. So as I was saying, I do think this is a weak high. I do think this is gonna go. Just because of the exactness of the level. We could target 70. Mm. 787. Yeah, I think we'll be moderate. We'll target 70. But yeah, as I was saying, I do think this D period at the top here, I do think this is a weak high. Reason being, we shorted right at Monday's low, right? So Monday's low, the last end period over here. This is Monday's low. And then as soon as we got there, like right at the level, right at 64.75, we went short from there. So based off of that, yeah, my bias is still long, despite this entire down move. Right, I do think this is short. This is a short trap. I do know. I mean, obviously, the sellers who went short from 64.75 exactly, they're in profits, right? Maybe you caught it at overnight value area low, because you're a good trader, and then there would be quite a number of traders who got it at the overnight point of control, right? But it's pretty late in that down move if you're just like looking at it. And then there would be also another set of sellers who got short at initial balance, right? Which is where we're back at. We're seeing a lot of buying also again at the initial balance. So we'll see. I mean, if we start selling this again, then I'm wrong. But I do think I'm right. I do think I am right. Let's see how far we got with the E period. Yeah, we got to the overnight point of control, bought that up. Just a few ticks below. Let's see what halfback is. Yeah, well, halfback is like, 42.75. So, we're above that now. We're above halfback. So let's see if we short this again. If we can't break this low, then definitely a short trap. But I do think this D period high, I do think that this is going to go. Let's wait and see. Just add myself to there we go. just so you guys can see my pretty face. Let's see if you went short from here where your stops are probably at overnight value area low. So again, if you break through overnight value area low, how these people went short right at the end, how they're gonna feel. They're gonna have to cover their positions. Yeah. So yeah. Knowing that though, it does beg the question, why didn't I go long from why didn't I go long from overnight from the point of control? Because I jumped early, because I'm dumb. Well, let's see if we break through this, then for sure these guys under pressure, they're gonna have to cover their positions. And then we'll be back at the level that I got in at, which was not great. But where I'm covering at no, honestly, I could cover at 37, but I just decided to cover at the bottom of the B period. But yeah, but covering at the C period, because that's the bottom of the move that started this entire thing, right? So, we're pretty close to it. We're pretty close. So let's see. If we take this out, then I'm wrong, and you guys are geniuses for going short at initial balance low. Wait, hold up. Where's the overnight value area high? Not overnight, but okay. Value area high is right at 48.50. Right here. We might have to wait for a bit. Like we might have to wait till G or H period or something to see this taken out. It might be an hour before this happens, but I did a 5-hour stream yesterday, so I didn't even make a cup of tea. Yeah, as often as fall. The fine is sensitive. Sensitive. I'm a champion of English. Manzile ayichazi And then when that is conapamos. Well, yeah, sa win. Yeah, I don't lie, it would be crazy if we come back to the 28.25s, which we could. I'm just like looking at this now with the little wider lens, I guess like a cup of tea. You give me a little more perspective. Still feel like this is a short trap though. I don't know. Just a feeling. Just another 10, 16. Honestly, think we could take out the low. Hmm. How many points is that? About 30 points. It's like a $600 trade. I'm not saying it's impossible. Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying we can't do initial balance. Again, we can't do initial balance slow. But we do have a buying tail here. Because there is a scenario, it's a wild scenario, but there is one where I do see us coming back to the B period low. As to whether we take out this A period low, though, after having put in this high all the way up here is another question. You know what I mean? And we're more TPOs above POC than we are below. Even though it's not just, but I mean, it kind of is just. I still do feel like that's weaker in comparison to this A period low, which is not mechanical at all. Yeah. So yeah, so stick around. Because we might be here for a little longer. Cheers. Also, if you have any questions, please ask me. Risk appetite is crazy because it's a negative R. Eh? It's a negative risk to reward. Maybe let's short that out. Again, we sold IB, not but we sold IB again. It's the beginning of the F period. Situation. 787 is half back. And unmitigated point of control above that is at 94. How much do you need? Yeah, we can target half back, I think. Let's see. I mean, it says being aggressive, but at least it makes our RR makes it like a 1 point something, right? Like 1.1, 1 point something, bro. I don't know. But yeah, but as I was saying, I still am of the belief that this was a short trap. Of course, like if you went short right from there, then brilliant, great for you. We're extremely long, got to a mechanical level, short at that. So if you got in like pretty early, then you were part of the short quite early, right? So an obvious place and an easy place to distribute would be the VWAP and the point of control. We did that, both points of control, right? So, well, not that one. Down, all the way down here. Right, did that point of control, did this point of control, distributed around VWAP as well. Right, and now we're at the overnight point of control, bought it up, right? Buying at initial balance, bought at the top, sold, and then try to sell below the point of control, failed. Got to initial balance again, bought it up. You can see the buys right at the bottom, buys at the bottom again at the overnight point of control. So, mm, um, long from here. So this is like pretty strong. At least we know now that the overnight point of control is strong. All of these sellers, all of these big sells, yeah, they're gonna have to cover their positions pretty quickly, especially if we can get above 52, which is our entry. Yeah. And then you'll be looking at 55s and then back to the overnight value area high. And then the high that we posted, which I said was weak, which was in the top D. Okay. So let's see, we do need a break out of value first. But so far as like say, as far as proving that this is a short trap, we're currently in the process of, did take it pretty deep. And I mean, not, you could say it's a short trap or you could say it's not, but regardless of how you feel about it, right? Shout out India for the tea. I'm saying regardless of how you feel about it, at the end of the day, right? The and I learned this last night, so this is all pretty fresh. Early sellers right at the top, right? So early sellers, and then you have your early adopters, maybe somewhere here, and then your majority, right? You can kind of see the cluster of cells. And then after your majority, then you have your laggard, like this is your late sellers, right? People who sold at the overnight point of control. More so, I guess, people who sold at initial balance still had opportunity to take profit. Maybe not that much, like maybe just like a few points, 6 points or so, right? But then you did take profit, right? If you sold below the view app, that was yeah, yeah, sorry, um, because you got taken out of that move, and then you thought, okay, maybe this is the time. And clearly, there were people who sold below view app 498. Again, you got taken out completely by that move. And then again, the people who sold at initial balance, where their stops, maybe at overnight point of control, have to cover their positions. People who sold at the uh, value area high, right? Now they're under pressure. Where their stops, probably here, right? So if we take that out, that's adding more bias to the cells, right? And then again, the people who sold here, where their stops, probably at overnight value area low, overnight value area high. So if we take that out, where their stops and people who's, so you can kind of like add like more context to it, but like the overall context of like me wanting to go long, it was like stupid early. And then the context of me wanting to go long was because of the positioning of that D period high, right? And just based off how mechanical it is. So let's see. Why did I short here and not from point of control? Also, it's like so many questions I have for myself. Could have gone short, could have gone long here, could have gone long here, could have waited for view app touch, because that was imminent. I'll get better, I'll get better with time. So just be a little patient with me. At least I guess I'm like, there's still a gap between me knowing what the right thing is and then me doing the thing, right? There's still a gap. So, and I'm still trying to fill that gap. But the only way I can fill the gap is by actually doing the thing. I can talk about the thing, but then talking about the thing is not doing the thing. So I just need to do the thing. And then the more I do the thing, you know, the better I become at the thing. You know? So yeah, so this is me doing the thing and trying to figure the thing out. You know, yeah. Mm. Reason why I got in right where we got stopped out. It's not a good call. Like perfectly, like sold at 52.25, not perfectly. Got out at 52.25, got in at 52. I guess I thought I was just getting back where I got, anyway. Uh, 56.50 is going to be a crucial level because we're going to see if we do anything around here. Like, do we sell half back? Do we get a 56.50 and then start selling? Clearly, we got a 55. We started selling 55, but we saw that earlier, right? We're selling 55, buying 55. That's why we kind of had this, this is 55. Oops, here. So we bought it, and then we came back, and then we sold it, and we came back, and then, bought it up a little, and then we sold it again. So, and it makes sense because 55 is a round number. Like, so your 10s, your 50s, 20s, 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, round numbers, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 100s. You'd expect there to be some form of like buying and selling going on at those exact numbers. And then you're in between. So like your 55s, your fives, your 15s, 25s, 35s, 45s, 55s, 65s, 75s, 85s, 95s. You'd also expect there to be some form of back and forth there. So yeah, so essentially 56.50, see what we get here, what we do on the TPO. Do we get here and sell it? Do we get some form of resistance when we get up here? If we can't get up there. So I mean, you can watch the price. You can watch the ticks or whatever, the candlesticks, or you can watch the TPOs, which is what I'm watching. Yeah, so yeah. I be looking for mercy. Oh. So yeah, so like one tick below half back and we sold it. Let's see what happens when we get there again. Half back of the D period is where this solid, this little dash is on the D. $87 is a lot, actually. I just did the math. My bad. I was it's working out what we need from the day to not uh, break any rules. And remember, I said I can't make more than $1,000. So, I mean, I have measures in like my risk settings. I open this up, my daily limit to 1,000. And my daily profit trigger is 1,000 too. So, way off point of control. Point of control is down here, 42.50. It would be annoying if we come back all the way if we get through halfback 49.75 and we get all the way down to 42, whatever that was, to the point of control. But see guys, we've been moving up, but we haven't, when I'm guess it has been moving up, just haven't been paying that much attention to it. But us being like one tick off halfback is giving me vibes that we are kind of selling halfback. At least if not halfback, we are selling value area high, on the TPO. So if this wants to be stubborn and not go, this is the place to do it. But we did like really good work to get out of, to get away from the point of control, overnight point of control, and also to get away from value area high. So I would expect this, at least at the very least, 58 to be tested. 58 is also, that's also somewhat circa around, okay, cool. So we got that break. Yeah, well, at least we're pushing value higher as well. And we are above the D period halfback. So let's see what we do at the overnight value area high. Let's see what we do here. And yeah, let's see what we do here at overnight value area high, and then overnight value area high, and then also at overnight high. All right. Has sentiment changed now that we've been buying? Now that we've bought it up again, are we still gonna have like the same type of expansive move, or are we gonna get here and start selling this? So we're gonna see these buyers start to get out at the overnight high, right? Or we're gonna see sellers step in at overnight high, right? So just watch what we do here. Can we push value higher? Big buying at the top there. That's your overnight value area high. Overnight high, 58.25. Can we do something? This is where we were earlier, right? After the C period. We're between overnight value area high and the overnight, not overnight, but like Monday's low, right? And that D period. So this is the level that I said was weak. So we will find out in due time. If we do get back here, if we start failing around 64s or 63s, whatever, then I guess it is a pretty strong high. As mechanical as it is, Let's see, do we get below half back, 56.50? How do we do? I mean, we did see big buyers stepping in there right at the top. At least that's showing us intent that there are people trying to buy this up. Either that or it's some sellers who are getting out, right? Because remember, if you sell a position in the futures market, at least if you sell, for you to get out of that sell position, you have to buy yourself out of that sell position. Okay, so I guess that's what that was. Okay, here we go. And at several places I did mention, right, that like, okay, well, if you're short from here, where do you get out? You get out here. If you're short from value area high, where would you get out? You'd get out at the next mechanical level, right? So, or if you're short from here, where are you getting out? You're getting out maybe at overnight value area high, or maybe just slightly above that. So maybe that's possibly what we were seeing here. Yeah, so um, possibly. I'm not saying that's exactly what it was. I have no tool or no indicator that can tell me whether these are people uh, who are buying to get the market high or who are buying to get out of their positions. There's no indicator that can show you that. You just kind of infer from the tools that you have. So it is going to be important for us to maintain price above overnight value at this point. All right. We do need to see. For this continuation, if we are going to come back and we are going to come back up and test that D period, we need to stay above the overnight value area high. I didn't make the rules. I just try and break them. Let's see. We still have a few more minutes, so. Yeah, kind of buying that half back, huh? At 56.50. You can see that low from that candle, the low from this candle. At least there's an attempt. There are people trying to buy that up. Not very successfully, unfortunately. Yeah, 51.50's the F period half back. So can we reverse this or not? Either that, you can see again 51.50 pretty structural, pretty mechanic, right? 51.51, 2, 3. So 3 times we've tried to buy that up. We have value area high, volume profile value area high at 51. So if we do come back and then we can't hold above value area high, then that could be your answer as to whether this D period is strong or not. Still think it's weak. I don't rate it. And it could be does look like a pretty good selling tail. So, all I can do is monitor this for continuation. Where's my stop? Yeah. The fact that I had to scroll that far to look for it. It's crazy. But you know, it's not crazy. $1,000 day is not crazy for a couple hours work. Let's wait for the 51.25 retest. I think that's imminent. And then we see, do we stay above F period halfback or not? Hey, big selling here also. Jesus. Don't just take the wheel, take the trade. And that's your halfback retest. And sellers at the bottom of that candle. This looks like a pretty strong down move, though. I'm not gonna lie to you, fam. You know, pretty aggressive and also well rewarded. Sellers there, sellers here, sellers here, sellers here. I guess this would be this is where we find out. 51.50 and value area high. You know, of course, we want to stay above value area high, because if not, then we're going to come to the point of control unless we find support at the overnight point of control. But yeah, but at that point, if we lose this overnight point of control, then for sure we're going to come to the initial balance. We come to the initial balance. If we lose initial balance, then overnight point of control. You know, so yeah, and our TPOC is down here at 42.50 anyway. Sorry, one sec. Hey, yo. Well, and that's me. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we let's see what we do at the overnight point of control. Because yeah, what did this F period do? It didn't really do much. It didn't take out the bottom E. It did take out the top E though, so let's at least give it that much. You know, 43.25. I'm not about putting my stop there, because I do think it would get taken out because the point of control is right below it. You know, uh, there is a scenario, there's a situation I see, where we come to the overnight point of control. I mean, we come to the teapot, and then from teapot we come to the point of control. You know, I do see that. So I'm not too keen on putting my stop right at the bottom F period. But let's see. Let's also see where halfback is, because oops. Yeah, and halfback is at 742 as well. So, so 742, couple of things going on there. VWAP, obviously going to be a magnet. TPOC, obviously going to be a magnet. Point of control, obviously a magnet. Halfback, obviously a magnet. So let's wait and see. I guess it's really about initial balance. Does initial balance hold again? Or do we fall through it this time and then like it just keeps on going? Okay, yes, that's the G period. Does it take out the bottom F? Right to view app. I'm pretty initiative, like big selling right at initial balance, right at the level, so that's telling you something. Have we seen that before? Nope. Not yet. Lots being accumulated there. I see. I mean, if we can stay above the point of control, that would be great. It's not very promising. And if we can't stay above halfback, or if we do come to halfback, can we buy this? That's it's the obviously glaring question. Where did we stop with the F? Yeah, we did get greedy, didn't we? We did, because I mean, we had taken out overnight value area highs. So I mean, yeah. Forgive a man, forgive a man for trying to take as much as he can from the market. Let's see. There's this idea of using house money when you're, when you're already in profits, and then you use your profits to try and make more, right? Where it's like, yeah, I'm $200 in drawdown, but I'm $200 from the 300 that I made. So technically I'm still up 100. But the reality of it is that like I'm down 200, you know. The math in my head then goes, okay, well, I have up till 300. I can lose the 300, and then I have the risk that I had set for the day, which is about like 600. So I have quite I have some room. I have a lot of room because I had like that first winning trade. But still, I mean, like the principles behind the trading still need to be good. I can't YOLO trades just because of that fact, and yeah, and maybe Um, to the untrained eye, it might look like I YOLO'd that trade, which somewhat was a little, but there was some structural nuances to why I went long again from 52. You know, yeah, does make me. I'm really keen to see what we do um, in this round. You know what I'm saying? Can we take out the F period because we did get super close to the bottom F, right? Like one tick away. Then again, that's also at the point of control, which is why I was saying earlier I didn't want to put my stop at the halfback of the F period, which was like at 42 or something, right? It was like really close to the point of control. And my reason of not wanting to put my stop above the POC was because I had a feeling that we were gonna come and retest that. So as long as we can maintain the price and value above the point of control, and then we can do a quick TPO count and just see. Yeah, we're like significant. The more TPOs above the POC, right? So 261 above POC and then 194 below POC. So uh, basically more price action happening above the point of control. So I guess is in line, you know what I mean? But it's not to say that like things can't change. Yeah. Things can 100% absolutely change. For one, if we take out this F period, then we have to also start asking ourselves what happens if we take out this bottom E. And if we take out the bottom E, what happens if we take out the bottom C, right? And that essentially what that would mean is we start trading below the point of control, right? So, okay, so here we go. So we took out the bottom F period. So that little rally up that we had, that's like pretty much somewhat invalidated now. Yeah, somewhat. We are at VWAP, so VWAP point of control. We do need to see some buying action happening here. Not too confident about I'm not too confident with the initial trade thesis that I had of this being a short trap because it is somewhat elaborate. You know what I mean? Like we went short from there and then we went up. Obviously we took out some longs. I mean we took out some shorts. You know what I mean? But also at the same time, after having gone long, that kind of weakened the long position that I thought, that I initially put on of taking out that top high, that top D period. So, it would have been better if we just like continued. Then, I would have obviously I would have been a lot more comfortable with that. But now we're here, and now we've had another rally of, we've had another, you know, we've had some more short covering. This time, short covering of these longs, or liquidation of these longs. All right, so it's like every time we get too long, we get short. We liquidate the longs. Every time we get long, we liquidate those longs. So uh, yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is this could end really badly. So risk manage. Make sure you're using your risk management pretty well. Is everything on? Yeah. Let me hide that. I'll feel a little more comfortable if we can break above initial balance. Yeah, but it's also just not. It's not just about the break of initial balance. It's also about how we break above initial balance. Yeah. As I said, there is a bit of I did kind of feel like if we were gonna take out that D period, it would happen like in the HI period, like the GHI period. So the next hour and a half. So it's gonna have to be very, yeah, just gonna have to be very still, fam. I don't know how to tell you, you know, and just wait. And pray to God nobody tweets anything. Because that's also a possibility, you know what I mean? An hour and a half, that's 8 p.m. Yeah, we do need to be out of this before 8 p.m. because Donald Trump's gonna be on the television. You know how that man feels when he gets in front of the camera. You know what I'm saying? It's showtime. So I don't want to be yeah. I don't want to be too involved during that time. Siri. Let's do that. Okay. Just making sure my homie didn't say anything crazy. Because my friends be saying the most absurd things. This is why we're friends. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Okay, Sarah. Ish, my dog. If only you knew that you're not going to close at 306, eh? You wouldn't even bother giving me those reports. When I was just a little boy, I asked my father, what will I be? Will I be handsome? Will I be rich? This is what my father said. No, it's not. Those are not the lyrics. It was also and Libenja. I'm saying the way which way?
It is weird.
And Jesus is dangerous, man. Say, man, that's where the danger is. Point of control, halfback. Okay, but you know, again, just you know, where do we want to be? What are we monitoring? Want to be above 40, right? Want to be above 40, and we want to break above 44.50 right now. 46.50 would be great. If we can break above 46.50, but essentially we want to be above 40, right? 40.75. Okay. We have that seller there. This is a while back. Try to bring the market down, and then we had this big move up. So, you know, will we see some form of absorption here, or will this give? If this gives, what's the next level that we're going to be looking at? We're going to be looking at overnight value area low. I mean, overnight value area. Yeah, overnight, not overnight, but the developing volume profile value area low. Right. So thinking of it sequentially, now that we are somewhat below VWAP, then initial balance, we bought that up, took that up, came broke below it, sold it for a little bit, sold it to VWAP, and then we sold it back up to overnight value high. Now, is this the end of any initial balance move? I don't think so, because I still think that we have a weak high at 64.75, right? We are also still above the TPOC and we are above the point of control. So as I'm saying, as long as we can maintain value and price above the point of control, and then our idea for long is still valid. But if we break below the point of control, then the next place where obviously we'd have to go find trade, right? To go find buyers in the market would have to be the developing volume profile value area low, right? We saw there were sellers there, and then we bought it up. So again, if this gives, this is the next place we're going to get to. And if we get here and we fail here, then what's the next place we're going to go to? We're going to have to go to yesterday's value area high. And if we fail there, then we're going to go to the point of control. And if we fail there, then we're going to go to initial balance. And that's pretty much is going to wreck us. You know, not wreck us, but I mean, it'll be a loss. So we do, what we want to see is we just want to maintain. So as long as we can stay above 40, around the VWAP, cool. Let's do whatever distribution we want to do within this area, because I know that this is fair value for the day. But if this starts shifting lower and price starts shifting lower, it obviously is going to move the fair value with it. And if we move fair value with it, then the next question is, are we also going to be moving value as well, right? If we move the fair value, fair price lower, does that also mean we move value lower? Because if we start moving value lower, then where does the market really want to be? You know what I'm saying? Where does it want to be? It'll be down here. The real expansive move really happened from previous day point of control. So I mean, if you're long from here, this would have been an amazing move. From 24 to 58. Yeah, that would have been a pretty pretty good. That would be a fantastic move. So again, TPOC, this is where we're at. You know what I'm saying? This is where we're at right now. So and my why I still think we're gonna go high is because from where we sold from Monday's low, and it's at an exact level. It's at 64.75. So I don't think these are like particularly strong hands, even though the market's gone lower. I do think that if we do get back up here, that this is going to give, and I'd like to be around for that when that gives. Then again, with that, and then with that being said, also, the other side of it, the low of this, I think is stronger than the high is, right? Because this isn't at any mechanical level. I guess you could say, 2275 is yesterday's halfback. I guess you could say, this is what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 8 ticks below. I guess you could consider this maybe a mechanical level, seeing as we bought halfback, right? But we have a tail. We have a buying tail. Sure, we have a selling tail, but like, look at the exactness of this. Selling tail is right at not yesterday, but Monday's low, right? This is Monday's low. Monday was the 17th. Monday the 17th, right? And that's the end period. That was the low for the day. So, and when we got here, we sold at at the exact level. So I'm not making any of this up. I'm just applying principles that I have learned. Does mean trading like this does mean like sitting through some uncomfortable drawdowns. Like this is quite a bit, you know what I mean? Yeah, but uh, it stops the. I guess like the advantage that I've seen from it is that like it trading in this manner, it stops being a thing of like trading price and trading value instead. You know, and targeting structural weaknesses in the market. You know, so if you can identify that there's a structural weakness or there's strength at a certain point, then you can align yourself in the right way. You know, yeah. Uh, as to whether I'm right about it, though, still yet to find out. Which is why also I said earlier, like if you're watching the stream and you're watching the stream to trade exactly how I'm trading, you better be using the good risk management because my motivations behind this are not for profit. You know, I'm really trying to get to understand like how these tools work. You know, um, being profitable at the same time is a side effect of that. But I'm really trying to, you know, just trying to be good at this and not good at it for a little while. I'm trying to be good at it for a long, for a very long, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to, you know, you get it. Yeah. Okay. Officially in drawdown for the day. So let's see. As I'm saying, if we start selling this point of control, this, you know, 31, that's what's gonna go next. You know, and a couple of questions would be: do we break the C period low? Do we break that 37.75? And if we do we get out of value? You know, so if we break the C period low, you know, our H period is probably also going to follow suit, right? And then the next things would be the B period, and the A period. You know what I mean? So okay, here we go. So C and G period right at this exact level again. So this now is a weak low. So any expectation, I would expect this to go at some point. You know, this is a structural low. You know, right now, just like looking at it, C period, G period, right at 37.75. You know, so I don't expect this to hold for. I don't expect this to hold at all, to be honest. And so the next place where we'd be kind of watching would be 26.50. And at that point, if 26.50 goes, then that's our stop, because our stop is at 19. So oh yeah. And it should be pretty quick as well. Once we get down here, I expect it to go pretty quickly. Just wait and see. It should just. Okay, so we've taken out that C period low. So here we go. C period low started, yeah, so start around about here, right? 37.50. 31.75, I guess, would be what's 31.75? That's not structural. Yeah, well, I guess it is. That's the this is our value area low. Okay. So, and again, the next logical place for price to go, right? If we're gonna find buyers, where where we're gonna have to go, we're gonna have to go to the other side of the distribution curve, which is value area low. All right. When we do get to value area low now, the question is gonna be, are buyers gonna step in here, or are they gonna be spooked out, and then sellers gonna take over the rest of the remaining part of the day? Which is not a lot of time. It's not a lot of time. So 31.75, basically this, 31.75. That's what we're going to be watching. We're also at the TPO value area low. All right. So that's going to be important as to, do we continue? Do we break below this? See what this level is. And then this is yesterday's high. Right. So 0818. Yesterday's high at 35.25. We start selling 35.25 again, red flags. All right, what do we do at 35.25? Yeah, we sold a little bit, right? Let's see if we continue that selling. Yeah, I'm saying let's see if we continue that selling, or if this is a place where we start building back up. You know what I mean? But I don't see why we do that at the high when we have value area low at 31.75. So in all honesty, 31.75, that's where I'd be like, okay, you know, I guess you could say that this is the B period half back, which in itself is also mechanical. So, you're seeing bias dipping in here and you're seeing bias dipping in here. You know, a little evidence of it on the big trades, but you know, let's use structure first to determine to see, right? Whether we do get like buyers stepping in, sellers stepping in, you know what I'm saying? Like, because again, like these levels are it's not it's not a coincidence that we see, activity happening at, you know, like half back, you see activity happening there, or at yesterday's high, coming back, selling slightly below it, and then buying it back up. That's not a um, that's not chance, right? It's it's market activity, and you can kind of infer things from that. But anyway, H period. So at least we know this is where our G period low is. So do we take that out? I mean, I see reason to do that. 31.75 is right below that, you know. Because again, like what I'm saying is that like structurally, make sure my mic's on. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, I'm not trading clocks. My bad, y'all. Yeah, but just like as I was saying, structurally, right? After having let go of the point of control, what's the next place where you'd expect buyers to step in, right? It'd be at value area low. Right. So we didn't quite get to value area low, but we bought the high of yesterday, right? And I mean, looking at the H period, it's right at yesterday's high, right? Marked out here with TPR 35.25. Now, whether that holds, whether that becomes structural and holds is now, I guess is a question that the market is going to answer, and why we're still here, is still sticking around, right? And so again, so if it holds, then again you have to start asking yourself, then what are the next structural targets, right? What can the market do? Where would the market want to go? What's the next level where you'd expect there to be buying or selling? If we start buying this up, right, at what point would you expect there to be selling? Of course, at the point of control, at 47.5 or at 42.25, right? 39. So not quite there yet, but okay. So the point of control did move lower, so did the T park, while it's being pushed up now. But yeah, but I will say, like, for sure, having the TPO chart does make me a little less anxious when I'm trading, in comparison to like prior. I was just, without the TPO, I was just using value levels and just going, okay, well, my strength is long or short from overnight point of control and Dalton shorts. So going short from the previous day value area high, right? Which if I had done that earlier, if I'd gone short from previous day value area high, right, from here, I only would have got the move to the point of control, which in itself, just depending on how you sized in, or sized up, however you were sized in, right? That would have been your trade for the day. Cool. But then a Dalton short, the trade that I would be looking for would be from previous day value area high to previous day value area low. But coming into the trading day, I already had context from yesterday as to where the highs and the lows were, and also as to what was being left behind as structural weakness in the market. So I had a feeling, right, that we were going to be long, right? That we were going to be long. I just, whether it was going to be during overnight or whether it was going to be during the current trading session, the RTH, the New York trading session, right? And where I got that clue from, first of all, is, oops, where am I trying to go? Sorry, I'll make this point very quickly. But where I got that clue from is I got that clue from this BNC period, because I knew that this was this was structurally weak, right? And so even though the market went lower, and we closed with this spike down here with the M prints, right? Which I felt like, okay, well, this is kind of strong. When we opened during the overnight, we took out that low, and then we had that big rally up with the R prints, right? Which is like that hour before we opened. So during that R print, what happened? Then we took out the B and the C, right? So we took that out. Cool. So now, having taken that out, my understanding as well is that when the market opens, we're gonna, if the overnight session is long, if overnight inventory is long, then the New York session is going to be short. It's going to liquidate those longs at the beginning. And then the opposite is true. If the overnight session is short, then we're going to cover those shorts, right, by going long at the beginning of the trading session, right? Because like, my thinking of it is also is that this is not trading. It's not trading as in, I'm not thinking of this as like in a big finance way. I'm thinking of this in just in the sense of having inventory and selling inventory, and having a lot of inventory, or not having a lot of inventory, right? So just like thinking of these assets, or these, just thinking of the S&P 500, of the ES as assets. Think of these contracts as assets that people hold and own, right? And so if I had a lot of something, and then like I started selling it, right? And I started selling it pretty quick, at some point I'm going to sell it up to a price where it's like really cheap. And so that's going to encourage other people to start buying it up. But like, also now, when the thing is being bought up and like people are buying it, and then it gets to a certain price, like say if I just started stacking up all of the iPhones in the world, and I bought them up for like pretty cheap at like $400 or whatever, and I had a majority of all of the iPhones, and then there was big demand for iPhones, right? And iPhones were rare, and because iPhones were rare, the price of an iPhone went up to like $5,000. Then obviously I'm gonna sell, so kind of like thinking of this entire thing, not as I'm gonna buy here, I'm gonna sell here, I'm gonna buy here, I'm gonna sell here, not thinking of it just from like levels and stuff that I'm drawing out, right? But thinking about it as structure, as in, well, what should happen when we get here? And from what I believe should happen, did that thing happen or not? Or did the market in itself react in a different way? Did it react in a predictable way, or did it react in an unpredictable way? Right. So as I said, I mean, like, my entry from here to go long was wrong, right? Obviously, because we came down to VWAP, and then we bought up VWAP. Cool. And then I did have an opportunity to get out at the overnight value area high, right? Yet I chose not to, right? And then we came short again. So here we are, still observing the market. I'm still trying to see if there's going to be any form, or if there's going to be some type of continuity, right? clearly you guys can tell that like my bias is long. Right? My bias is long despite this despite that first down move and the second down move. Right? My bias is long. I'm not too confident about this not too confident about this low, this H period low because of where it is, you know. It's because it's like right at a level, you know. But the fact that we got here and we bought it up, does tell me that well, there are some buy over here. You know what I mean? If we then start printing more of these H periods and we come in and we take out this G period, then obviously then we're short. But again, that was my expectation as soon as we started letting go of the point of control. That if we let go of the POC, and then value area low is where we're gonna have to go, right? And then if we break below the value area low, then what's the next point we're gonna have to go? We're gonna have to go to the previous day value area high. And if we don't find any support there, if we start going short from previous day value area high, and we take out initial balance, then then for sure, then we're gonna take out, we are gonna take out. Then we do a Dalton trade essentially. So that's my entire uh, thesis. Okay, well, we took out that G period pretty quick. So yeah, so I'm zooming out, zooming in. This is what we had. A period, which is pretty wide, and then B period, B, C, D, and that put in the high. And then after that, then we had an E period, which took out the bottom D. And then we had an F period that took out the top F, but failed to take the top D period, right? And then after that, we've one frame lower. F, G, H, F, G, H, But again, we're not trading excessively below value. Again, so what do you want to make of that? How do you, what do you make of that? So yeah, so let's see. I'm willing to sit it out, and I'm willing to sit it out and see us, at least attempt to take out that D period. As to whether we have like enough time to do that, because I don't think we're short. I don't think I don't think we're short in this market. Well, in this in this session. We're short now, but I think overall, like the structural weakness is right at the top. I think the structural weakness is here. I thought that during the D period, and I've had to, I thought that during the D period, and I've had to sit through 1, 2, 3, through like 2 hours of waiting for that move to complete. And again, like as I've said earlier, there's a world where I'm right very quickly, where during the E period we we print up and then we take out the D period and then we just continue one time framing higher, right? Or maybe we're like we come back and it's a little awkward, and then during the F period then we take out the D period, right? There's a world where I'm right pretty quickly, and then there's also a world where I'm wrong pretty quickly. You know what I mean? And then there's this in between where we are right now, where it's kind of like I'm only gonna be right once it happens. You know what I mean? Of course. Like once we start trading above the POC again, and and we break the F period and the D period, and then we see it together, and then it'll be like, okay, cool, I see what you were talking about. But right now, like looking at this, it's like, well, dude, obviously that's gonna be taken. you know, so I don't know. Let's, stick around. Let's find out. You know what I mean? It's costing me virtual money to find out. And the money's real because I paid for the account, but I mean, virtual dollars. Okay, so don't get too emotionally attached. And also another thing that I'm something else that I said as well before. Let's make sure my mic's on because I could be talking to myself. My mic's not on, but at least my mic was on, but my camera wasn't. But yeah, another thing that I said earlier is something that you should hold is that my motivations, right? My motivations are somewhat different. Okay, I can't speak for everyone, but I know what my motivations are. My motivations are for data, right? So I'm with every single trade that I take, I collect data. With every not like every uptake, but I mean like every trade scenario, I collect the data. So I have a database like of obviously of data, right? I have a collection, I have a collation of data, right? Which before I come into a trading session or at the beginning of a week or at the end of a week, I go through that and then I go, okay, cool. What made me decide to do this? What did I do that worked out really well? What's there that I did and that's repeatable, right? What must I hold more of? What must I let go of, right? You know, and over time, I know that's going to be valuable. It's not going to be not that it's going to be valuable as something to sell, even though I guess if you wanted to make an e-course or something, I don't know how you do that, but I mean, like if you wanted to make like if I wanted to make like some form of like resource or something, perhaps that could be valuable in that sense. But it's more valuable to me in the sense that I gain a skill that I'm not gonna lose. You get me? I gain a skill that I will be able to lean on next month, the month after, next year, the year after, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I just need to spend a couple of hours a day doing this for me to be able to collect that data. So the trade-off is pretty, you know, um, it's a pretty good trade-off. It's definitely cheaper than uni. You know what I mean? And also, again, another thing that I said earlier is that profitability then becomes a side effect, right? Becomes a side effect of how well I collect the data. Do with that information as you will, buddy. So yeah, so we bought this high. We bought yesterday's high, sold somewhat into the tail, right? That's H period low, 32.25. Yeah, kind of sold into the tail and then we got out of it. So some level of support here. Again, I'm not very fond of it because I feel like if we're gonna go, then buy it and then go. You know what I'm saying? Like go right from the point of control. The fact that like we keep rotating around here, which is expected because just look at where we are. Point of control, VWAP, right? So expectation for chop, right? Of course. But why I'm saying I'm a bit uncomfortable with it is that like we still haven't tested value area low. And I'd much rather we came and we tested value area low, and then whatever happens here happens here. You know what I'm saying? And it happens quickly, or it happens quickly, and then rather get here and we find support and we go. We get here, support turns to resistance, and we get stopped out. And then that's information, and it happens pretty quickly. Save us time, you know. Yeah, save us time. We get the information quickly. this not really no man's land, but I mean it's not the strongest structural type of hold. So, but yeah, let them cook. And I think it could be in that. Um, I think it could be a thing where we're just is that FOMC? Yeah, meeting minutes, and then this Trump speaking. I don't know what this means, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I thought I was gonna make sense of it. I don't know what it means at all. At all. Okay, here we go. Valeria low. Yeah, pretty crazy turnaround if we take out this if we take out low of day. I've seen crazier things though. Oh my god, I done seen it all. I seen a man of God turn to God and scare God away. He lost his way. Oh my God, I done seen it all. Just couldn't go to his funeral. Young boy died from venereal. Got burnt by a hot plate dish. Now it's late and he's facing some dark days. Use a rubber, my brother. Just try to avoid AIDS. Okay, here we go. Value low 3150. Mm. And pushed it lower too. Pushed it to 31. Okay, so pretty strong selling at value area low, right? Of course, we're gonna expect to see some form of like buying resistance. It's just a question of like whether it's successful or not. And then if it's successful, we need to get, we'd have to get back up here. But if it's successful and we start stalling in between, then, and then if it's not, then 28.25. We get to 28.25, start fading at 28.25. We take out this lower B, then this A could go, and the bottom A could go. You know what I mean? So and yeah, and I mean there is an unmitigated point of control down here. I'm looking for mercy. I wanted this to happen like here, like earlier. But anyway, it's happening now. I complained about it until. So yeah, so selling, this was right at the point of control. Did another point of control, value area low. This is right at value area low right now. So 3050 is a new value area low. Let's see if we can get some form of a rally, right? So buyer stepped in there. We did expect that to happen. Can it be sustained? And for how long? Like when we get to 35.25, can we get to 35.25 first of all? You know, because that is yesterday's high. Yeah. Oof. Oof. I don't know why they called it a funny bone because there's nothing funny about that. You guys think we can still get a 30-point rally up? Man, I don't know, man. And as I said, crazier things have happened. But yeah, but it does look pretty indicative, right? FGH. It's just a question of whether we can clean out the B period. Because we took out the E period, we took out the C period. This was like a really important level to take out, right? It's 3750 because that 3750 is well, it's not really the beginning of the up move. The beginning of the up move is the lower B, so 2650. But still taking out the C period low is, you know, that was that was important for the sellers. FGH, right? So during this G period, down. Then the H period's, trying to continue that G period lower. And yeah, and so really it is a thing of like taking out the 2650. I think taking out the 2650, then whatever buy move that was trying to go on that, because it's really, you could say it started here, but not really. It really started in the B period, right? That's where we have our our one time framing, B, C, D, and then we had E inside that period, F inside that period, G, H. And that's a question of, can we take out the low that started the up move up, right? So 2650, which is why I wanted us to come to value area low so we could get some information. Like, are we going to find support at value area low, or is this going to fall? If it did, then, our previous day value area high, so let's see. Let's just watch this H period and let's see what we do. We might actually, we might have a situation where like I period comes in and takes out the H, and then J period comes, takes out the I. We could rotate here. We could, sorry, couldn't see my hand move. I was like, we could rotate here. So I saw that yesterday. Wait and see. Yeah. But then Scuffy's too bad. Where we at? Ah, previous day high, right? So 35.25. Again, see selling at the top there. I mean, it's good to see like not selling, buying at the top, right? It's good to see buyers stepping in, right? The placement, like the placement of these big trades, like this was better than that. You know, that's still good, but that's not really fantastic. Anyway, here's our I period, right? So our H period clearly we failed to take out the B's. Doesn't mean that we can't or that we're not going to, right? We still could, right? We come back down here and we form a high, you know what I'm saying, an HI, right? Another I prints right next to it. Then for sure, then that's gonna go, right? If that goes, then the question is, does this B period go, right? Or have we found support? Has the market found support at value area low? And if it has, then how do we respond when we get to the point of control? Right? We break to a point of control. How do we respond when we get to viewer? We get to viewer. How do we respond when we get to initial balance high? So all of these things, and of course we are going to be watching this just to see how reacted in at intra market levels, intraday levels, like halfbacks of each of these periods, right? So yeah, halfback is all the way up at 42. So I wonder what happens if you split twice. Ah, I see. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Let's see how granular we can get with this. Okay, cool. Then we get to see the volume profile of just the eye prints, right? Data. Don't worry, I'm getting uh two market profile books tomorrow. So catch me on the week. Catch me next week. Yeah, because I was watching Jim Dalton was watching like him trade and watching him like go through his trading and stuff. And I was like, how's this man getting a separate profile for just the time frame? And also my question was like, why is he doing that? You know what I mean? Like you already have the volume profile. Like why are you having volume again here? And it kind of helps because like see now I can see volume is stacking up at the bottom end, right? Of the eye prints. It's still early, but there's your B shape. That's where your volume is. you know, and that's where your point of control is, and so your VPOC is, and your time point of control is where some in a way, I guess it just kind of it adds a little more granularity to the whole thing. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, I find it interesting because I'm a nerd like that. But let's see. Obviously, what we'd want is we'd want to see this migrate higher, right? We want to see the point of these points of control migrate higher. They start shifting lower, then that in itself becomes some form of information we can use, right? Which then begs the question, if I knew how to do this earlier at the D period, what would I have done? What would I have seen and how would I have reacted to it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to interpret any of those news things, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna pretend like I know what any of that is. FOMC meeting minutes. Those are gonna come out at 8. I also don't know if that's gonna be good or bad. Last time we did an FOMC thing, we whipsawed. We went. You know what I'm saying? Almost got stopped out. Still lost the trade, but it wasn't particularly great. But if we get stopped out because of that, then we get stopped out because of that. Your baby mom ain't even post single. Where she at? Not a particularly strong amount of volume at 3075. And let's see. We start building volume here. Then we, a retest of value area low. Still, same concept still applies. Value area low. We find support. Does this turn into resistance? Find support. Get back up. Or does support turn into resistance and then we go lower? Just doubly stacked because FOMC meeting minutes and a big crypto event today, which is exciting for all of my Plume people and all of my RWA people. All of my crypto people, essentially. Let me not be, let me not exclude people from a good time. Yeah, I think we're basically waiting for minutes. Oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. Did I break it? I think I broke it, man. Mm. I won't lie to you. I could never tell you what any of those macro news, I could never tell you what they mean. Because I think they're unimportant. I just obviously, they mean a lot. Okay, here we go. At least we're building some volume top of these eye prints. So that's pretty positive. I mean, lots of volume right at yesterday's high, yesterday's low, yesterday's high. The value can migrate higher because it's still B-shaped. It's basically a volume profile inside a volume profile. It's inception volume profiles. So just watching value basically. Um, and your baby mom ain't even post a single. Where she at? Y'all should get these hoodies, by the way. Ask me in the comments. Yeah, let me make this bigger for y'all. Cool. I guess it's more about the charts than it is about seeing me, anyways. You know. Yeah, building up some nice volume. I guess the only downside of it is that like the POCs still haven't shifted, right? This is still VPOC and TPOC for the I prints. So, you know. We are above H period halfback with I guess some amount of significant volume. Still, the more important levels are the point of controls at 39, which we should be getting at. You know, it's just a question of like when we get there, do we sell it or not? You know, and then yeah, you know, do we sell it? But okay, expectations. We get to the top of the H, right? We get up here to 4150. We place an we place an ITPO here, right? So we have an ITPO here. This becomes structurally weak. And if that's structurally weak, then you'd expect that to go. If that goes, it should go with some strength. Then the next place would be your G period, right? Again, G period, I don't know if that's gonna I don't think it's gonna happen in the I period, to be honest. Maybe now we're looking at the J period. If that can happen during the J period, you know, we place a J there, that becomes structurally weak. That should go. And then, you know, it is a way. It's quite far. It's like 59.50. But, you know, structurally, our structural weakness is still at 64.75. You know, yeah, just depending on how, you know, the time and, yeah, you know, just depending on the time and who says what on the news and all of that, you know, we might have to consider, you know, early exits. I know it says 400 whatever on the P&L, but it's $100 loss from the day because remember I'm risk in from earlier profit. Okay, so yeah, I use that to trade again, you know. Yeah, still 37.25. Not a lot of volume there. You know, not a lot of interest, at least right now. But let's see. But it's as I said, right? That the POC is still here. POC is still here. Volume POC is still here. So of course we're gonna want to come back to where we spent the most amount of time, or at least to where there's the most amount of volume. You know, until until this can change. You know what I mean? Until maybe around 1713, not 17, I mean 3525. Gonna build this up to higher than 2148. And then yeah, sure. And we still have an equal number of TPOs, right? Above and below. So it's pretty balanced right now. So TPOs above 13, TPOs below 13. If we start seeing more on one side, then we know that's kind of the direction in which we're going or trying to go. So not great, but not terrible either. How I'm getting to like interpreting that is that I'm just interpreting the volume profile the same way I would any other volume profile, yeah, you know what I mean? What was that, 35? Yeah, we could be selling that, and we did. Smart stomach, hush. 1923 at 35.25. If we can get back there, build it up a little more, you know what I mean? And then I will, and then this POC is going to shift up here. So right now, technically, we kind of have 2 point of controls, 2059, 2148, somewhat indistinguishable. But of course, more than that, what we really want to see is more volume picking up at 37.25. Okay, here we go. Big buys at 37. Oh, ace. I don't like that wick. I don't like that. Come on, push it higher a little. Strong selling. Okay, so 1955, I guess. Yeah, those that FOMC thing was about to happen. 2114. We get back up here, surely the POC should shift. I'm gonna be doing yeah, slightly edging the TPO count. Okay, there we go. So complete shift of TPO. And is it not a TPO of POC? Mhm. Yeah, let's trust the process. Let's go with it and wait it out. Structure wise, in the 5 minute, not looking particularly encouraging, is it? But yeah, but let's trust the structure. I, I guess that like strong push up, right? And the big buyers at the top, like that wick. So we got this, you know, 5 volume up here. This volume of 5, so not a lot of interest at 3850. Not a lot of interest at that level. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let me open the chart up because part of me does feel like FOMC meeting, FOMC minutes is going to come out and people are going to feel pretty hawkish about it. So, uh, where do I really want to put my stop? I guess below the A period is fine, like where we're at, because I mean, way below it. Not way, but I mean, I am somewhat below it. And this unmitigated point of control does worry me. And I mean, yeah. I don't want to get whipsawed out of this. So look, I'll go 1375. I'm just doing this as a protective measure. There's a minute left before those minutes come out. So, if they do come out and it is negative, I don't know if we can get a 20-point wick, but I also don't know if we can. So I'm just kind of doing this just to protect myself from the whiplash. This is dramatic because now I'm putting my stop below overnight value area low. Okay, anyway, here we go. So yes, look, our I period failed to do anything. It's not be harsh. It did something, right? Just wasn't great, but it did do something. I just didn't take out the top H, didn't take out the bottom H, right? So uh, as I was saying, if what I was hoping we're going to see was an I period at the top of the H, and then but we're gonna have to see that with the J period now. So really, just a thing of like, how do we develop value now from on the J period. The fact that we're pushing high is encouraging. Big sellers at the top there. Don't give them anything. There we go. 40. And we are above the point of control, so that's fantastic. Broke through that I period. So I had said if we do post a letter at the same area, then that becomes structurally weak, right? The other side of it is that like once we break through it, then what we create is we create a selling tail, especially if price comes back. Right? But we are creating volume and value above here. It's a lot of selling going on here though, which is I don't know why, but yeah, but fuck them guys. Uh, let's go. H period. Okay, that's taken out. Let's go. G period. Same thing. Can we get it up to the G? Above point of control, above VWAP. And above the POC. 41. Still not done. I mean, I would like to see price close above this bubble, because if we do not, it's going to be a huge reason for us to reverse. Yeah, what happened? Why is it so violent? No decisions were made on the number of meetings, and Wash indicated no change to the 2026 schedule. Pause. Okay, so back to our regularly scheduled programming. So basically, we're waiting for minutes that said nothing changed. We had a meeting and we decided that nothing's gonna change. I've got a lot to say about that, but I don't want to jinx any of this right now. There's a lot of selling that happened, yeah, at 740. Lots of selling. I mean, look at that. And we went against him. There's a lot of buying again that happened at the top here at 742. So, not completely out of the water. Just need to stay above 739. Yep. How many TPOs above 24, 23? I don't want us to come back here because then our point of control is going to shift lower. But obviously that's where we're going to go because there's a lot of volume here. Back to the POC. Not good. $7.45. I won't lie. I do appreciate the little news panel that Trader Fate has, but I don't know, man. I do feel like it could be newsworthy. I don't know, Perhaps it is to someone somewhere, but not finding it particularly helpful. Maybe I'm just a hater. Perhaps. Perhaps. Super indicative. I mean, after having news that nothing changed, bought it up. Then we had buying at the VWAP, yeah, buying right at the VWAP and above VWAP, which failed to take it higher. So I'm not entirely sure what these three moves were, especially this 7. Well, not so much so from 35, but I mean from 753 and the 667. Yeah. But okay, value area low. Do we break value area low this time, or since we're seeing big sellers here, is that the evidence for something? Also, we took out the J period. I mean the I period low. So we've taken out the I period high and the H period high, and we took out the I period low. Just stalled on the H period low. So still, I guess the test, what we need to figure out, or we're gonna have to see, is whether we clean out this 2650. If you clean out this 2650, which is the B period low, we've taken out H period low now. So basically think of this as an entirely new auction. We've taken out both sides. We've taken out the highs and we've taken out the lows. Right? So what was what? That initial move up, this initial move up was this covering shorts. And then was this the move, which was always intended? Or was it just a thing of like we covered shorts and then because we were very long and then we liquidated the longs? Or is this the move that then goes lower? So yeah. And B period lows they are at risk, so 2650. Especially if we can't, if this fails as support, then 2650. And if that goes, then the A period lows are gonna go. And as I said, we do have an unmitigated point of control at 717. So it could get very red, I mean, it is already pretty red, right? But it could get worse, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, 771. That's uh that's pretty big. This could go lower. And it's not entirely in a bad position. Candle is strong. Yeah, it is at the bottom, but it is kind of in the body of the candle. So if this candle flips, then definitely 28.25s. Definitely going to be seeing a test of previous day value area high, which we haven't done in a while. So buyers have to do something around about now, or watch this pretty much take out the low of day. Buying stepping in. Ugh. That's twice now. Yeah, honestly, I think if the sellers fail to take this low, then yeah, then it's our turn. Then it's the buyer's turn. You know, because they've been here already a couple of times, way earlier in the session as well, right? We broke. Well, it wasn't the low yet, but we broke into previous day value, and then again into previous day value. They failed there, and then much later in the auction, again, we got here, tapped it, actually dragged it lower, failed to take it beyond that, and they've come back again, and you can see there is a lot of there's a strong selling attempt at that level. So at some point someone's gonna step out of the way. Someone has to step out of the way. you know um, it is, unfortunately, this is a zero sum game. We all can't win. you know and so, yeah, if they are going to take this into previous day value, this really has to break. Otherwise buyers step in, and if we get it back above the point of control, then I have a pretty good feeling about whatever it is that happened here. These sellers are also going to have to go, and it's just really a question of like initial balance and value area high. So yeah, let's see. It is late in the session, I will admit. Not that terribly late. It's only 2 p.m. EST, right? So yeah, so I guess it is pretty late in the session. There's like 2 hours left in the day. So whatever moves are gonna have to happen, however it is that they're gonna position the market, it's gonna happen round about now. We'll see it in the later stages, in the LM, in the LMN periods. That's when we'll really see, what the intention is for tomorrow. Is it a thing where, this D period high that we've been trying to get, right? Where are we? Okay. Is it a thing that like this D period high that we're trying to get is just like being set up for tomorrow, or it's being set up for the overnight session? Thought it'd be being set up for the overnight session, but is it a thing where it's like it's not going to be taken today, and it's just a thing of, yeah, this is a level that's going to be uh, a target tomorrow, but it is there. It's like right there, 64.75. And even though there has been strength to the downside, right? I guess the most important levels have still held, like the B period Maybe I spoke too soon, but I mean, like the B period still is still holding, and the A period is still holding, and also value area low is still holding. So that's why I'm saying if this has to go lower, then value area low has to go. You know, they really need to see some sort of close, like a full candle close below this, and a full candle close below value area below the previous day value area high. You know, we'll see though. Yeah, a complete point of control shift there. POC now is 731 on the J period. And we do have value up here at 743. And the question is, do we build more value? Do we build volume below 29? Can we build volume below 729? Yeah, can we listen to this at the same time? Oh, it's in 12 minutes. Most participants supported keeping rates unchanged. Several favored a hike. Many blah, 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 blah. You know, I don't even know why I'm out here trying to understand that. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, value area low again. You know, that's the third retest in the last hour. So again, I'm saying, like, the more they fail to take this lower, you know, one of two things is happening. It's either the sellers are being absorbed or the sellers are getting exhausted, right? So there's just like a big buy wall here. It's like, oh, okay, you want to sell lower? I'll take everything, you know. So that's one of the possibilities. I'm not saying that that's what's happening. I'm saying that's possibly one of the things that's happening here. You know, so there need to be a lot of aggression to get through this level. You know. Okay, I'm gonna open up the TPO charts and zoom in. Does this help? I guess huh, cool. I guess in this manner you get to see more of the macro, right? Uh yeah, you know what I mean? Yesterday's value, which in itself is something that I missed clearly. I'm just seeing that now. I mean, yeah, I missed this. This is yesterday's value area high, all right, at 2625. Let me mark that out. Let me get some nice. It's a nice crimsonish color. All right, so this is yesterday's value area high. All right, it's the 18th. Look at where our B period is, just you know, single tick above that. So again, I guess this is also pretty mechanical, all right? But we did trade back into value, and then after having done that, then we spent the rest of the session outside of value. So yeah, so stops at 19, 20, 50. That's pretty reasonable for looking at it on the macro in this manner, right? So let's do that. Oops. 1975. The year I was born. Cool. So, again, I'm just kind of saying, if we do then trade back into value, then uh essentially, yeah, the macro trade idea that we had, of which we had success with the first trade, and we could have taken profits on the second trade. That didn't work out, right? So good. Um, and then if we're looking at the overall value for today, right, which is pretty expansive up. Yeah. Expanded like we're pretty long. Spent most of it. Well, all of value is outside of yesterday's value. All right. So this is yesterday's value. So again, stop can go below 26, maybe at 25. We could put our stop there because if we do come back inside value, then you could ask the question, then what's to stop us from going all the way to the other side? And my response to that would be, well, we have a buying tail. We did get inside value, and then we got out of that pretty quick, right? And we've had a pretty responsive day high. Still, with that being said, yesterday's high, right, is what we're currently failing to break above, right? Even though we did move higher, and I mean the J prints were crazy, right? Even though we did move higher and above half back, we did sell that, right? Which also was something that I had mentioned, that the only downside of cleaning out like these J period, like the I and the H period, well, specifically I was talking about the I period, was that now after having done that, then what you create is then you create a selling tail. This didn't stop. I guess it is a mechanical level. It is at 45, right? So that's a pretty round number. So we got a 45 and we sold 45. Is it structurally strong? Well, not really, because it's at 45, right? It's at a round number. So can we expect that to hold? You know, I've been saying this about several levels, and at different points in time, I was right about it. We did sell the I mean, the 64.75, right? We sold that. But again, 64.75 is Monday's low. So we got a Monday's low and we sold that. So structurally, this is weak. I was just of the expectation that like we were going to take this out during this trading session, which we failed to do. Right? We did make an attempt with the F period, and even though we broke above overnight high, we couldn't quite get all the way up to that D period. You know, maybe perhaps in just being a little conservative, I could have put my stop slightly below that, right, and searched for another trade, or conceded that this was in fact a strong high and then went with the lows, right? Just went with the strength in the market that was being shown, right? But overall, if you know, if I was to be asked what I think about the market, I still say that the market is long, right? Despite my the current position or whatever, you know what I mean? So still have, I mean, the K periods are going to print in just a little bit, and then we'll see, you know, and then we'll see. Do we come back and do we clean out this K? Do we print below the K? I mean, do we print below the J, take out the B period, and then come back inside value? Possible. But on several occasions, we've tried, right? Okay, let's not even say several occasions. Let's look at the last 30-minute periods. The last 30-minute periods would be J, right? HIJ, right? So H period low came. So this is value area low, right? So H period came, traded slightly below value area low, and then failed to break above. I period came, failed to break above. J period came, failed to, you know, not above, but failed to trade below value, below today's value. So again, just like stacking confluences, it's like, well, you know, we kind of are not really being successful with trying to take out value area low, you know, and also at the same time, we are above yesterday's value. So can it hold though? You know, can this hold in the last in the next 3 periods? You know. Also really only able to do this because I was in profit. So yeah, slightly in drawdown right now, but excuse me, I'm using profits from the day for me to run this little trade. Okay, so here's our K period, right? So what are we gonna do? We're gonna merge this and then split at letter. Okay, so here's our J period low, right? Again, I don't like how, you know, we spike up and then we have these big buy bubbles at the top, because if this closes below here, we're gonna come back to value area low. So I need us to close. We need to close above 39. You know. Not a lot of interest again at that 39.50 level, right? Just one. The volume is literally one, bro. You know. So we got here not really keen to do business, and then we came back. Half back is 7:39. So again, it's like we got a half back, and then we, again, just 2 ticks above that, and we sold it. So and look at its positioning; it's right at the point of control. So yeah, so I do have some expectation that this candle is going to close bearish. Even though this is somewhat of a strong buy candle, in the sense that we have buyers in the middle of it, right? But we also have buyers at the top of it. So, you know, does that become something or not? Let's see, only $56 in drawdown now for the day. Yeah, and then some, of course, because commissions and fees. Yeah, not particularly a fan because I don't want us to come back to the 730s. I don't want us to trade back here. Okay. But at least we are seeing at least we are seeing that there is some intent from the buyers, even if it's, not particularly strong or hasn't been over the last 2.5 hours. God damn it. Yeah. But yeah, you see that volume of one though is also pretty indicative, eh? Just got there and it's like, nope, it don't want to transact here. Send it back lower. So one of them, it's one of those hurry up and wait type of situations. You know what I mean? Or it's like you get there and you're like, oh, this I rushed to come and wait in line. Yep. Yeah, let the buyers cook though. There's it's still a lot of work, and again, what I'd said about this value area low, it did hold. At least it held for this little while. You know what I mean? There's no saying or telling what's gonna happen with the you know what's gonna happen with the K period, right? So the J took out the I and the H, right? Both sides too. Yeah, both sides. So I guess like looking at a TPO chart in this manner is a little intimidating. it's a lot cleaner when you're looking at it like this, because then you get to see what where the low is, and then you get to also see where the high is, right? So there's that. We do know that if we start taking out the lower J, what we're doing is we are now trading below value area low. Yeah. And we can see that right here on the TPM. So, of course, what we want is we want to see 45s. Want to see above 45. See above 45 and take out the G period. And then it's all sequential. Take out the J period, take out the G, and then make one hell of a rally to come and take out the F. But yeah, be banking on, we'll be leaning on the fact that these shorts from all the way here, not all of them, I guess, like this is also another problem with this like mini rally that didn't do much, is that this kind of weakened uh, our potential to rally higher and with like strength, right? Because this obviously took out some shorts, so there isn't that much left in that sense, in the sense of just like arresting orders or liquidity, because this candle came out and took out shorts here and shorts here, and here, yeah. So the only we're only looking at like shorts from here to here, you know. So can be done. Is just would be a lot of activity and very late on in the market. So there are obviously going to be some people who are just like, yeah, I'm happy to do my business and get out here at the point of control, because you don't have to guess what fair value is, right? It's like, yeah, okay, I bought here, I'm going to sell here, so and then we also have VWAP, which in itself, we also need to find out what type of orders we have here. Do we have another bunch of sell orders? Because clearly we had like strong sell orders here, right? Some form of selling algorithm, right? That was triggered here because we got right to the VWAP, broke above it, and then all of those buying orders couldn't. Okay, thank you. Then all of those buying orders couldn't take it higher, right? So we need to get back here, and we need to see. We need to see what type of activity, we gonna get. Do you guys want to listen to 2030? Okay. I don't know if we'll all be able to listen in, but yeah, okay, here we go. Big buys though, but I mean, look at where they're happening. Right at the top of the candle. Again, just kind of a little discouraging because of that fact. It's usually a sign that like we're about to start retracing. Usually. Mm, 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 mm. 40, 50. What level is that even? It's not a significant level or a mechanical level. Hmm. What are we looking for here? Hold Trump. Oh, okay, cool. I thought I was tripping. Let's just stay subscribed. Popping some Addy right before meeting. Yeah, whatever. People just like shelling and doing their thing. All right, we'll wait. We'll wait on financial juice, and whenever they have it ready, we'll tune in there. I guess. All right. POC. Back at the POC. There's a lot of work that we still need to do yet. In all honesty, just looking at the roadblocks and the levels, we failed here at least like a couple of times. So we do know that there's some strength there. At least there'll be strength until there isn't. That's another thing about it, is that this will be support until it's not. But yeah. But what we do know right now is that there's support here. Our immediate roadblocks, of course, are VWAP, initial balance high, value area high, overnight point of control, overnight value area high. I think that's a that's a excuse me, that's a more realistic target All right. It's a more realistic target. I mean, 79, 75 would be great. I'm willing to stick it out and see if we can get it, if we, if we do it. But, you know, yeah, distribution happening here. We can see it even on the K prints just in comparison to the J, right? Or it's like that's the J period high, that's the J period low. Where's our K print? Right in the middle of the J prints. So just a little distribution happening around here. And at yesterday's high. All right, so still, yeah, still buying yesterday's high. So a couple of narratives that we can put together is that value area high, we bought value area low. We bought value area low, found supported value at yesterday's high. All right, so value area low, value area high. Let's just watch to see if we can keep the K prints above both of those levels. Yeah, look, I mean, if anything changes, I'll say something. But until then, go off, listen to Mr. Trump. Hey, yo, 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 what's going on? Yeah, so uh we stopped that out, man. I did start to feel starting to feel like it could have got really bad. We got very close to that 8 period low down here with the imprints. We were also about to, we have to close out of our positions by 10 minutes past anyway. And I didn't want to be, I don't know if we're gonna close out, if it was just gonna close us out there where our stop was. So I don't want to risk it. So I just moved my stop to right to the beginning parts of value, so 26.25, 26. Ticked tick like one tick into that and then came out of that. So Uh, all in all, I mean, a good and a bad day, right? We we took that first. Hold on, is my mic even on? Yeah. So yes, I mean, we took that first winning trade, which was good. We mistimed it somewhat, and then and then we got into this long position, which we could have exited at the overnight value area high. And yeah, we just held it for the rest of the session. I guess there was, yeah, I guess there was like some information to gain from that. So this was our initial trade, a buy entry from there. We got out at 52. We could have got out right at yesterday's low. Yeah, because that's where the market went. The market went exactly to that level and then sold that level exactly. So hold on. Just walk through it again. Yeah, so I mean, we got exactly to that level, which was Monday's low. Yeah. Touched that level exactly. And then from there, then we sold it lower. So, which does give me some information and I guess like something to work with moving into the next couple of days. I'm not going to be on the charts tomorrow. So it might be an early weekend. I don't know. But yeah, but as I'm saying, it does give me some information to work with, as I was saying, as far as just like targets are concerned and what to do at exact levels. You know what I mean? So I mean, like knowing now, of course, in hindsight, knowing that this was Monday's low, a perfect touch of that, or even not even like looking for a perfect touch of it, but even getting out two ticks before a significant level, right? Especially if it's a previous day level, because clearly that's stronger. And then with like the overnight high, right? With the overnight high, we broke overnight high, which was expected because overnight inventory was long, right? So we were long overnight inventory, and then we set the high, and then once we set the high, then what we did is then in the session we came and then we broke that high. We broke that high, got to Monday's low, then respected Monday's low. So it seems, our previous day levels are stronger than our overnight levels, right? That is still yet to be confirmed as a thesis in itself. But still, having got here and having got that tag or that trade, right? Now, quite simply, we get out of it and then we observe. Excuse me. Uh, Here we go. Yeah, so like, so C period, swapping back into the D period, and then with the D period, we tagged that, and then we came back and retested this overnight high, right? So I mean, we also do have a yeah, so I mean, we also do have this cool little tool that we can use as well, right? Which is how we, you know, discovered this during the session. So we can split on the letter. Yeah, we can split on the letter. So, I mean, coming all the way up there, swapping from here, um, tagging that. And then, I mean, like, if you're just like watching on the volume side, see there's more volume developing as we moved away from it, right? So 133, 460, 540, call you 200s in here. And then 440, 550, 1000, 1000, 18, and this is all before we got to this level. So I mean, just kind of seeing volume accumulate as we're moving away, that in itself would mean that we are getting acceptance, right? So that is something that I think just moving into tomorrow that I am gonna start implementing and just start using, you know. Yeah. And then I mean from there, swapping onto the E period, you know, that's just kind of a hold on, let me merge this. Hmm. Such a professional at it now. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I'm saying just like seeing a structural, yes, like this was mechanical, and I did say, my thing was like, well, it's at such an exact level. I am expecting this to come back and take this out. Maybe just not this session, right? So okay, cool. So now knowing that it's not going to be during the session, what then? What can I? How can I use that to my advantage? Right? And probably that's probably going to be now either overnight or in tomorrow's session, because I do know that we have left something that's mechanically weak, right? Structurally weak over here. Uh, yeah, and I mean, again, towards the end of the session, we started having more TPOs below the POC, so we did get pretty heavy at the end. Whereas at the beginning of the session, we're very TPO heavy on top. So yeah, so seeing weakness right there from yesterday's low, and then watching on the profile, and then yeah, and just trusting it, just going, okay, cool. We'll short from there. We'll go with whoever's shorting there. Short anywhere in between these two levels. Maybe if we wanted something that was exact, shorting right from the overnight low, and then just going with it from there. I guess an immediate target could have been, was it 739? Yeah, it would have been pretty much. It would have been more or less the same thing of really just watching and observing to see if we're gonna one time frame lower, or just observing a little more patience and just going, okay, cool. Uh, I'll wait and see what this D period does, and that does mean waiting an hour if it means waiting for a retest of this overnight level, or waiting for a retest of either one of these levels. All right, so it's like there's a test, there's a break of the level, D period, E period, okay, F period. Do we get a test of this level? No, and then going short from there. You know, um, but yeah, but it is going to require a little more, not a little. It's going to require a lot more patience than what I applied to it today. But all the same, yeah, all the same. I mean, it is what it is. Um, a few dollars in drawdown now, but nothing that's unmanageable. I guess also because we had profit in the first trade, we could, that did allow me to just kind of like play around a little. Uh, didn't hurt the equity that much, not by a lot. Drawdown, of course, is what are we? I think we are 400 in drawdown. Let's check. Yeah, 1471. This was yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, so 362 in drawdown, so it's not like that terrible. We did push this up a little today. We did push the we did push the equity curve higher a little, but yeah, the boys will be boys. So 362 a drawdown, and yeah, we'll get out of that. It's not that big of a drawdown for me to work with. But yeah, but glad I kind of figured that this yeah, glad I kind of figured this out, even though it was late in the session, right? I think I only split the L. Yeah, but still, all the same, glad I figured it out. So we'll be back again tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow. This does need to be journaled. Yeah, look at that. Look at the time. We can't talk about what I think is gonna happen for tomorrow's session. Also, I get these screenshots. But as I said, structurally, that's a structurally weak level that I do expect to go. Also, we did trade above value, right? I guess it's gonna deter how we close. I guess also is gonna mean something. Do we close back in previous day value? Do we close back in our previous day value? We'll see. But however we close overnight is going to take care of that during the electronic trading hours. And then that in itself is also going to give us some sort of idea as to what we're going to do. If we close outside of value, it's above overnight, like, pretty much above this dotted line. If we start our overnight session here, perhaps during the overnight, I can't see this A period getting cleaned out. Because again, it's not that. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a buying tail, but it's not that fantastic, and there's not a lot of volume at the bottom right. So I can't see this getting taken out. We also have an unmitigated point of control, even though it is from the overnight value. I can't see that being tagged. We clean that out, and then we target that top D period, which I spoke about. So yeah, I will be expecting to go long again tomorrow. I would be expecting a long day tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're not going to be around for that. So happy trading and good luck to everybody who's going to be working on that. Yeah, that's pretty much going to be it from me. If you're not yet subscribed, please do subscribe. And yeah, and let me know if seeing these big trades helped at all. If you inherent value from seeing this stuff. I actually don't need a screenshot of this. Or do I? Perhaps. Let me switch this off. There we go. Yeah, let me know if you got any value from the big trades, and we'll see about keeping them and all of that good stuff. But yeah, I think that's gonna be I think that's it for me. I'll catch you boys tomorrow, same time. Not tomorrow, Friday. Catch you on Friday. If we do have a stream, it will be a surprise stream, but doubt it. So I'll see you when I see you. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and subscribe if you're not yet subscribed, and retweet if you repost the live if you haven't already. But appreciate you. Catch you. I'll catch you when I catch you.